This is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Obviously, talent is a nice thing to have. The question is, how much do you value rankings of talented players? Because the Eagles have a lot of them. They had a lot of them last year, too. We'll talk about more about the Eagles' Jalen Hurts' reaction as he's not in the top 10. John didn't get to talk about it. He's back in the saddle today. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade Salciunas.
This year, the 2024 Phillies rotation has pitched better than the 2011 Four Aces rotation.
And it's been a bunch of years since the team has had 3 pitchers with 10 wins before the All-Star break. This is historic.
Kincade Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Tuesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, welcome back. Good morning.
And good morning. How are you?
I'm wonderful.
That is good.
It's good to have you back. We missed you yesterday.
It's good.
We literally did a topic yesterday where I said this would be perfect for John, but John's not here today. And it was about what annoyed you over a long season that probably shouldn't annoy you.
Oh, you mean like in baseball stuff that bothers you?
And so I was down the shore over the weekend, and I was listening to the game on the radio when they lost 18-3.
Oh, sure.
And my dad's like,
I was wondering
out.
about your father.
My dad's like, oh, this stuff can't happen, and I'm like, yeah, Dad, it's July.
They've scored 18 3 times this year, haven't they?
Yeah, it's amazing, right? And I was trying to explain to him that it happens. The A's have beat up on other teams, and it's funny. Like, that's something that shouldn't bother anybody in the grand scheme of things, but it did bother him at the time, and he had every right to. So we had some fun with the things that probably shouldn't really bother us, but they do. Like mine was analytics used so heavily during the regular season. Remember, Marshawn goes 4 for 4 one day,
and then you don't play him.
He's not in the lineup the next day because the splits with the pitcher aren't good, right? Like that's the kind of stuff that bothered me. But we were thinking about you yesterday.
Connor, you would know mine, wouldn't you?
I don't know that I do.
The give-up lineup.
Ah, interesting.
Oh,
okay. That's a good one.
The manager that decides, today I'm going to start 3 backups.
Right. That's something that you've pointed out. Even though
that pisses me off.
Does it really matter the 10 times it happens in 162 games? No, it doesn't.
But here's where it does matter. And I think, again, and I think too much about this sometimes. I think of the ticket buying public.
Okay.
I think of your fan base. I think of the guy, especially a lot of give-up lineups are Sundays.
Then don't buy tickets on Sunday.
So when do parents bring their kids?
Saturday.
To a Sunday game. They bring them to a Sunday afternoon game for the giveaway. I don't know how many giveaway days I've seen the Phillies, Girardi and Thompson, on a giveaway day when you know the kids are coming. And this guy gets a day off, this guy gets a day off, this guy gets a day off. And I'm like, come on.
As Michael Jordan once said, bleep them kids.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I believe that's what he said, right?
I think
is that accurate?
I think it's close to that.
So, yeah, we had some fun yesterday.
Is good.
We were thinking about you yesterday. And we also mentioned your name on the show toward the end, asking out loud for you to text Jeremy Fowler. And you did that without even hearing it on the show. So we appreciate that.
I did not even know that. I was, that story that we're going to get into today, it does fascinate me. And yesterday I did have a couple conversations on it.
So Jeremy Fowler of ESPN does a tremendous job. He's a senior NFL national reporter for ESPN. He's going to be joining the show coming up at 8:30. He is the man who is running the coaches, executives, and scouts voting poll for the top 10 players at each individual position. And yesterday we focused heavily on the quarterbacks, but so far, interior offensive linemen, tackles have been posted so far, tight ends as well as running backs. That's all we have so far. We don't have wide receivers yet, and we have not even begun on the defensive side of the ball. But we focused heavily on the quarterback position yesterday because Jalen Hurts did not finish in the top 10. Now, I want to get your reaction on that in a couple minutes, but let me ask this question first. For you, for Connor, and for the audience today, it's 610-632-0975. You can text and you can call into the show. How much does this kind of stuff matter to you when you see a lot of your players in the top 10? So yesterday there was a lot of discourse because people were upset that Jalen Hurts was not in the top 10, and people do the whole, what do these lists matter? He should be in the top 10. This is a ridiculous list. I'm going to ignore it. But we celebrate when some of the Eagles players are in the top 10. Spoiler alert, there are players inside the top 10 of the list that I've mentioned so far. So we celebrate it when it's a good thing for the Eagles, but we poo-poo it when it doesn't have one of the Eagles in the top 10.
We love these lists. I reached out to someone in high-ranking NFL executive yesterday of a team, and I asked him, I said, first of all, what do you think of this list? And I asked about Jalen Hurts because I was the same way, confused a little bit by –
right.
Because Jalen, I mean, are we saying 13?
We're saying 13.
Because
and the reason why I say 13 is because I forget which player it was.
There were three honorable mentions.
Trevor Lawrence. No, there was multiple honorable mentions. It was Purdy, Love, then Hurts, and then there was Tua, Cousins, and Lawrence. And Lawrence, they said – he dropped 8 spots, where he was 8 last year. He's 16 this year.
Okay, so it was 13.
They do, yes, okay. 13.
So I asked this executive yesterday, I'm like, well, what do you make of this? I said, with Jalen Hurts. I was asking specifically about Hurts. And I was told that this executive may have voted.
Okay.
And he said, Jalen Hurts is in my top 10.
Okay.
But not in my top 5. And I said, okay, that makes sense. He said, remember this, and I think that this is something really interesting to think about. Many, many executives passed on Jalen Hurts.
True.
So what do we do in life about opinions as talk show hosts?
We do whatever we can to win.
We many, many times will try to find supporting documentation to what we believe.
Right.
Or to what we think. He said, so if an executive passed on Jalen Hurts, they most likely are going to write it off as, yeah, Hurts has had one good year. What are we talking about here? He's had one good year. Whereas others will look at it and say, objectively go, that liked Hurts, will say, yeah, I mean, Hurts is in my top 10. So this executive said to me, he wasn't in my top 5,
well, my question
but he's in my top
John,
10.
Objectively, is he in the top 10?
We had him 8th. When we did it as a group,
right?
We had him 8th.
Yes.
I think 8. I don't think, by the way, I don't think 9th would be an insult. I don't think 7th would be an overreach. But I think that's right around the area he should be.
And I think so, too. And I think you're fine with that.
13th shocks me.
No, it does. 13th is ridiculous.
And he says, he says, remember, we all vote with agenda.
Right.
We all want to be, if we didn't believe, like if you didn't believe in Jalen Hurts, then you want to have your opinion supported. So when you're asked about Jalen Hurts, you'll be like, yeah, let's see it. Let's see him do it again. I've seen him have one good year. So I think that that's part of it.
Now, how does that work with Lamar Jackson, who finished 4th?
Well, I think that a lot of people...
Is it just because he's won 2 MVPs, you finally have to give the guy a nod?
I think it's 2 MVPs, but I think, honestly, I've got to tell you this, and maybe I'm the only one, and I did not hear you guys get to discuss this yesterday. I'm shocked that Lamar isn't ahead of Josh Allen.
Oh, we talked about it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, we're shocked that Joe Burrow is 2.
See, I'm not.
Well,
because I really... I got to tell you, Joe Burrow's in my top 5, and Jalen Hurts wasn't.
I agree with you. I just can't believe that he actually voted 2nd when the guy's missed a lot of time in his career so far.
I think that no football executives hold Joe Burrow missing time as him being injury prone.
No, his offensive line has been traffic cones.
And so
right.
I think that they look at it and go, wow, what would Joe Burrow do behind this offensive line?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And honestly, I believe, but I think the same sort of thing with Josh Allen. But I also think that except for that window of opportunity we saw last year with Jalen Hurts has always been a guy who has been responsible with the football. Last year he was freaking reckless.
Right.
I don't think it. I don't know how many it ends up, but I mean, his first 3 years in the NFL is almost probably equal to last year.
I think
as far as interception,
I think it's very close.
I mean, he was terrible last year.
He was bad last year, and that's why he falls to 13.
He should never be but the thing is, that's the also thing is, was that just based on last year, or is it based on your body of work? Because obviously, if you say Trevor Lawrence, and I didn't know that about Trevor Lawrence.
Right.
If he was 8th last year and then he's 16, then people are basing it on just last year.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with just last year. If C.J. Stroud is 7th when he's only played in one season in the NFL.
And if you say to me that Jalen Hurts, but he's giving you, like, it's weird, is that I was a little surprised that Jordan Love wasn't higher.
Yes.
But I take it as, and this executive said to me, Jordan Love hasn't done enough. I haven't seen enough. He saw more of Stroud he thinks he saw more of Stroud to make an opinion. But he also, I don't think he had Stroud. I think he had Stroud 10.
Okay.
So this is just Jeremy. By the way, one of the reasons that when you hear Jeremy Fowler today, one of the reasons that he's sort of the quarterback of this is because of the amount of respect he has to get people to respond.
Yeah. And give actual response and an actual opinion, because a lot, if you read the blurbs on all these players,
they trust him.
There's quotes from executives and from scouts. So what I want to figure out today is how much this matters to you when you see a player from the Eagles on the top 10 of something or just outside of the top 10 of something. And I'm not asking the question whether or not you're happy for the person or if you're upset that a person's not in the top 10, because that's what we do, right? We celebrate when somebody is in the top 10, and then we scoff when a player is not in the top 10 when we believe that they should be. My question is whether or not this matters. We all know that talent absolutely matters. The Eagles had a lot of players in the top 10 of the respective positions from last year's poll. Like, they do this every single year.
Absolutely.
So last year when they did this, Jalen Hurts was, I think in the top 5. Darius Slay was in the top 10. Jason Kelce was, if not number 1, number 2 for centers, right? There were a lot of players for the Eagles in the top 10 on mainly offense, not so much defense. And what happened? They are 10-1. The talent prevailed, and then the talent did nothing because they end up going 1-7 the rest of the stretch and get embarrassed in a playoff game. Talent, to me, is still the most important thing. But you need to also have a good coach. You need to have a good team around them. And we see that sometimes talent doesn't always prevail. So, John, when you hear, and I'll tell you the rankings for some of these players, that the Eagles have a lot of players in the top 10, does that make you feel good going into the 2024 season? Or does that make you go, all right, well, let me see how it actually all comes together, because last year they were in a similar boat?
Well, first off, I'm not surprised they got a bunch of people in the top 10. And honestly, is what we expect them to be. 11-win team. I think all of us can sort of agree that 11 would be the floor of where we expect them to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then anything above is great. They should have a lot of players in the top 10. But I'm not really concerned with other people's talent evaluation as much as I am saying, what does the league collectively think? It definitely interests me.
Right.
It interests me
because
I think there's enough votes.
I think the Cowboys probably have a lot of players in the top 10 as well. Right?
They should.
Dak Prescott is 10th in quarterbacks. I imagine when wide receivers come out, CeeDee Lamb will be in the top 10.
He's going to be top 3.
Micah Parsons will be in the top 10 for linebackers, when they get to the defensive side of the ball. They, too, linemen, they'll have a lot of top 10 players. But what do we say about the Cowboys? Oh, well, as a team, they stink. We do that, right?
Collectively, we do not trust the Cowboys.
Absolutely. So collectively, do we trust the Eagles' talent to be able to bounce back and have a great season? For one, I imagine it just leads to more pressure and leads to higher expectations, as it should. Like, if you have all this talent, that you should have high expectations. We should end up having the Super Bowl conversation, even though we've been hesitant to do that because of what happened last year. But with all that talent, and again, they have not even gotten to the defensive side of the ball, I sit here and go, all right, well, you guys better prove it, because they do have it.
Well, they do, and the pressure should be there for it. I got a little disgusted, though, with the Hurts commentary. The idea that he's not he's a back end of the top 10 guy at best, I think was some of the commentary on Hurts.
Back end of the top 10, 7 or 8, and that's
I'm
fine.
going, he was 2 last year. He was 2 the year before.
Oh, okay.
He was the second best player in his sport the year before. So when I hear people say, well, him being like 13 is perfect or 10 is perfect, I'm like, he was the second best player in his sport.
Right.
Just the year before. So how the hell are you going to convince me that he isn't that he doesn't have the potential to be a top 10 player in his sport, let alone a top 10 quarterback? He did it. Last year was a severe step back,
it was horrible,
in my opinion.
Yeah.
A severe step back.
But he could always step forward again.
I'll give you credit, though, because I think you had a stronger opinion last year, and we were not working together. Mm-hmm. But listening to you, and I tried to listen occasionally to you.
I appreciate it.
Was the idea. I think you were
expecting it?
No. I think you were pretty sort of vocal that you didn't think it was a really good year. I think where I was trying to say there are reasons for it, you were more along the lines of, this isn't a good year. Let's just call it what it is.
Yeah.
This was not a good year.
No, it wasn't.
For Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts did not play particularly well last year. Is he a franchise quarterback?
Yes.
Yes. Is he a top 10 quarterback?
Yes.
And should he be
In my
13th
mind,
on this? Yes.
yes.
Top 10 quarterback, 13th is ridiculous.
I understand.
And a lot of this is what have you done for me lately? Think about it.
Correct.
They're not voting. They didn't conduct this poll week 8 last year.
And I'll tell you.
They conducted this poll after the season ended, and the last 8 weeks of Jalen Hurts' season was not good.
And if you watched Lamar, like to me, I was surprised Lamar Jackson was not in the top 3.
He should have been. Yeah.
I thought he should have been ahead of Burrow, should have been ahead of. If we're using the criteria of it's based on last year. But I think if you looked at his performances in big games for his career, I would think you'd have Lamar Jackson at the back end of the top 10.
Yeah, if you were basing
If you're
it
looking
off
at
of
basing
playoff
it on
performances, yeah.
big games, Lamar Jackson doesn't do it.
Right.
So I mean,
because he's
but is
fallen
that fair
short.
to like how does it, so I think everybody looks at it differently and evaluates things differently.
Yeah, I think so. But I expect Jalen Hurts to bounce back
I do.
this year, and
In a big way.
I expect him to climb up in these ranks again next season. So we would love to hear from you. You could text in, you could call in 610-632-0975. When you hear Jalen Hurts is 13th, this player's top 10, this player's top 10, this player's top 10, does it make you feel better going into a season, or do you just sit there and say, I have to see it play out first because there's much more to football than just talent, right? Remember the Dream Team? The Dream Team was a freaking mess. They won
they were a
4
mess.
games that year. Coaching is obviously a big part of it. Coordinators is a big part of it. How this talent comes together is a big part of it. So, Connor, I will ask you, how much stock do you put into this kind of stuff? Even though it speaks glowingly of the Eagles. Like, we should be happy that we see all these top 10 or near top 10 ratings, but we saw that last year too.
This is such an Eagles problem. Like, this is such a us thing. Any other team would kill to have, like, their team represented this way on these lists. There's a bunch of teams in football that do not come close to the representation that the Eagles see on these individual lists, on these position group lists. And because of this collapse, I know it's got us spooked from last year. Dude, it's a good thing. More talent is always a better thing. Always. Every single time.
Are you saying this is a first world problem, Connor?
Absolutely it is.
It is.
100%. And
It
last
really
year,
is.
and don't take this as like, okay, this team's totally fine. Like last year, this would not have been something we talked about during the collapse because they did fall apart. They were a bad football team down the stretch. I'm not saying, that's not going to happen again for sure. I'm guaranteeing. I'm just saying that, like, the talent, I'd always rather have it.
Yeah, you'd rather run it back.
Exactly, even coming off of the collapse.
Especially in the NFL, because let's say they start off slow. Kevin Cooney has them starting off 1-3.
Correct.
You would think that they're so talented that if they moved on from Nick Sirianni, they'd still be okay. Unless there's deep-rooted issues inside the locker room, which we still don't know. There might be. We haven't necessarily gotten the full story just yet. But if other than deep-rooted issues, like this team is too talented for you not to sit back and go, all right, like you said, 11 wins is the floor going into a season.
And the amount of coaches that have ever been fired in the first month in the NFL,
Yeah, it
I would
doesn't happen
imagine
often.
I would imagine it's like almost never happened.
Right.
So I don't expect anything like that to happen. And more importantly, I expect a big bounce back year from the Eagles. I think that the Eagles are going to have I think there's going to be a huge year, and I think Jalen Hurts is going to have a huge year. And with all the surrounding talent, they better.
Well, that's the
what
thing.
I think that's what it means to me, Andrew, most of all, is the fact that it tells you around the league the roster is incredibly respected. So you better sure as hell do something with it.
Right, you better absolutely back it up.
Yeah, you better back it up.
Because if you don't, then heads will roll. And that's
And
what
it
this
should.
season comes down to, right?
But whose head rolls?
Sirianni's.
Okay.
It won't be Howie's.
Would it be are the coordinators gone? Like, are you bringing in coordinators and going to get rid of them again after
No
1 year?
shot.
No, it would be Sirianni.
So you'd hire a new head coach.
Or you promote one of them.
That's what I'm wanting.
that's
it
what
wouldn't
it
be
would be.
Vic. It would be.
It would be Kellen
it's
Moore.
gonna be
Kellen Moore's
Moore.
the head coach. Vic Fangio's the defensive coordinator, and they hire some young offensive mind to work with Kellen Moore. But Kellen Moore would still be the play caller.
And it'd be
very Doug Peterson-esque.
I do not. Well, I do not expect us to be talking about any of these things come
No, I don't
December,
either.
January, February.
Absolutely.
I think that this is going to be a huge bounce back year, and I think Nick Sirianni's going to have a little bit of mugging for the camera, saying, "Yeah, look how good we are again, because I know he won't be able to help himself.
Yeah, he probably won't be.
He'll be mugging.
We continue this conversation. You can text in, you can call in 610-632-0975. As the show goes on, I will tell you where some of the players on the Eagles rank inside or just outside of the top 10 of these coaches polls, coaches, executives, and scouts. We focused heavily on quarterback yesterday. It's the sexiest position in sports.
Absolutely.
But I will give you all the other ones as well. Coming up next, let's give a little love to one of the local baseball players who actually performed pretty well yesterday. I was astonished by it. We'll get to some of your texts. We'll get to your calls. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning. Johnny back from vacation right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The real insights beyond the phrases of the best show every Wednesday
Get back to our Eagles discussion in a couple minutes. What we're talking about is these top 10 lists on ESPN, and I made this abundantly clear yesterday. I'll make it clear again today now that John's back. These top 10 lists aren't me, John, and Connor putting together a top 10 like we did for quarterbacks a couple of weeks ago. This is not Stephen A. Smith's top 10. This isn't Dan Graziano's top 10. This is Jeremy Fowler interviewing coaches and scouts and executives, and we don't know exactly what level, we don't know exactly who, but we do know that they work in the NFL, work for teams, and it's not the water boy, right? It's people that have legitimate positions on NFL teams that have done these votings, and so far we have quarterbacks, we have offensive tackles, interior offensive linemen, tight ends, and running backs, and I will tell you right now, the Eagles fared very well out of these so far. The only position that they don't have a top 10 player in that has come out so far is quarterback because Hurts is 13th. And I know that we will celebrate the other ones, but we will poo-poo the quarterback one, which is why I wanted to focus so heavily on QBs yesterday and do the rest today because we might be hypocrites when it comes to it.
Do you put more on executives, player, like, when the players vote, do you tend to be a person who says, they're a popularity contest?
That's what we literally talked about it yesterday. I don't listen to the player voting ones.
Okay, executives then.
Yes.
So you do listen. See, I listen to executives more than anything.
Yeah, because the players are, they're playing. Like, they're not, like, they can't pay attention too much, right, when it's going on in the game. If a game's at 4 o'clock, let's say you're John Kincade, you play for the Eagles.
Okay.
You look like you'd be an off-ball linebacker.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Don't I?
You have a 4 o'clock game. You're at the field before 1 o'clock. You're not watching the 1 o'clock games.
Right.
Then you're playing the 4 o'clock games, so you're not watching any of the 4 o'clock games. And then you're probably not watching Sunday Night Football until halftime, maybe, if you are watching it.
Maybe.
After you do your, the hyperbolic chain? What are the... Cold.
I don't think it's hyperbolic.
Not hyperbolic.
Not the hyperbaric chamber.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, the super cold, what T.O. did.
That's the
for his leg.
hyperbaric.
Right,
but that's not a cold thing. That's a just pure oxygen in like a coffin.
Right.
You're thinking cryogenic.
Cryogenic, thank you.
By the way, I had an endorsement with that company that T.O. used in his house in Atlanta.
That's awesome.
I had an endorsement with them, and we had one of those that we were able to use at the studios.
Oh, that's great.
I think it's a crock of crap, but that's
I'm
just
telling
me.
you this. You guys go in there after a night, maybe, Connor, where you had a little night out on the town at Garage.
The oxygen's totally fine out here already.
You lay in there for 15, 20 minutes.
Good?
I'm telling you, if you take a nap in one of those things,
Right.
you wake up feeling completely alert.
Oh, that's
There is
nice.
a different alert feeling like, man, I napped a little bit, but you feel like you're wide awake. It's
Okay.
awesome. It is awesome.
Well, that's good to know. That's why T.O. played so well with the broken leg in the Super
did.
Bowl. He just
6 weeks later.
He took good naps. That's all that mattered.
He did.
So, yeah, I take more, account from the executives than the players because I think the players it's a popularity contest and they can't actually really watch. So we'll get into this Eagles discussion more coming up in a few minutes. You can text in. You can call in 610-632-0975. But I do want to show some love to Alec Boehm yesterday. He did a lot better than what I expected him to do
I
yesterday.
thought he finished last. I told my daughter yesterday at the pool, I said, we're going to watch Alec tonight, right? And I said, yeah. And I said, I got a feeling he's finishing towards the bottom, if not last.
And he did a lot better. He
did a great
21
job.
home runs in the first round, 16 in the second round, but falls just shy to Teoscar Hernandez, who eventually wins the home run derby. I gave you 2 picks yesterday, Teoscar Hernandez and Bobby Witt Jr.
Well, there you go.
If you placed a bet on both of them, you would have ended up coming up with money. I love that Pete Alonso didn't even make it out of the first round because he thinks about the home run derby all season long. Like,
he cares about it.
He cares about it. And him losing in the first round, I took great joy in it.
That was delicious.
Yeah, I just don't blame him for caring about the home run derby because it's not like the Mets are ever going to win anything else.
So he's got to care about the home run derby.
Lift,
Is he going to be a Met in 2 weeks?
Yeah, that's a great question.
That is a great question.
Right now, he is a piece that I think we should keep our eyes on with the Phillies. Not for the Phillies to get him.
But where does he go?
Could he help swing things? Is there any team who could stand in the Phillies' way of having a parade that he goes to? Because I have a ton of respect for his talent. No matter what I think he's...
Yeah, I hate him as a Met, but
right.
he's a talented baseball player.
I think he's he's not somebody I'd want to hang out with, but he's the
No, he doesn't. Yeah, he seems like someone I wouldn't want to hang out with.
But I have utmost respect for his talent, and I'm keeping an eye on these players like these big guys. Who do you not want to see end up on the Dodgers or
Right.
on,
Absolutely.
He's not
Dodgers
ending
have
up
Freddie
Dodgers.
Freeman,
Exactly.
and the Braves have
No.
Matt Olson, so I don't think you have to worry about Pete
Yeah,
Alonso.
but DH, well,
Hey, the
Ozuna's
team-
playing DH for the Braves.
and that Shohei guy out there in L.A. I
Yeah,
don't
he's
think
pretty
he's
good.
safe.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying, but we're immediately assuming that just the top two teams in the National League.
No, there's going
Absolutely.
to be other teams
As the
well.
last 2 years we've seen, the last
Succeed.
team in the National League has gone to the World Series.
Fair point.
Yeah,
So
so
we gotta be
look,
careful.
it's a good point to pay attention to, but I still celebrate so much when he did not make it out of the first round
loved it.
yesterday.
Loved it.
But good job for Alec Boe, man. I mean,
That was good.
I did not think he had a chance, and he performed well yesterday,
I love the fact that he was laughing and smiling and having a great time the whole time.
even during the national anthem,
Well, that's a whole
Hey,
other
which
issue.
we'll get to
altogether.
that.
which we'll talk about during today's headlines.
What a
with Connor
horrendous
Thomas.
performance.
All right, so
Not you, Connor. Of course.
Let's get to the text line. We'll get to some calls as well. The Eagles have multiple players in the top 10 of their respective positions through these executive coaches and scout polls that Jeremy Fowler of ESPN put together. Jeremy Fowler, by the way, will be joining us in 2 hours at 8:30. And my question for you today at 610-632-0975, how much stock do you take into these when it comes to the actual team? I'm not asking whether or not you like that Hurts is not in the top 10 because of motivation. I'm not asking you if you like that the Eagles have a couple of other players in the top 10 because that makes you feel good about them. I really want to know, does this matter to you? Does seeing that the league believe the Eagles have a lot of talent at respective positions, does that matter to you? Because I'm going to tell you what ESPN might think about the team as a whole later on in the show. But what do we have on the text line there, Connor?
Miz from the Northeast checks in, says these lists don't really matter because as it is nice to have guys that are highly ranked, if they don't produce as a collective unit on the field, it's all for nothing. The number one wide receiver didn't make the playoffs. None of the Chiefs wide receivers were top 10 on these lists, and they hoisted the trophy at the end of the year. I know that's the end of the text, but wide receivers are not the highest leverage position. But still, I understand his point.
Yeah, you don't have to have a bunch of guys in the top 10 in order to win. But let's not act like the Chiefs don't have guys in the top 10. They have Patrick Mahomes. They have Travis Kelce. They have
Andy Reid.
Well, yeah.
I know we're
If they were
talking
to do
players, but-
if they were to do coaches, he'd be number one, and we
did
did that.
coaches.
Chiefs roster doesn't beat the Eagles roster.
No, but
Not even close, I don't think.
they have a couple of players on defense that's probably in the top 10. Like, they have top 10
do.
players. It's just different for us. For us, it's all on offense. I'm going to guess, because they haven't done defense yet, I'm going to guess that they might have one that might be an honorable mention, and that's Darius Slay. I don't know if Jalen Carter has gotten enough love to be top 10 just yet.
I think so. Interior defensive line is like Jalen Carter could be in the top 10.
He could be, but I don't know if he will be. We'll see. So they might have two players, whereas the offense, I'm spoiling it right now. They have a lot of players. Every single position they have a top 10 player in.
Correct.
Defense, they might only have one, if not two. So to Miz's point, let's not act like the Chiefs didn't have top 10 players at specific
Yeah,
positions.
people trying to make that out. Please.
Like they
Give it a
definitely
rest.
did. All right, we'll get to some more text, but let's go to the phones because we're also still reacting because this is your first chance to, and we haven't gone to the other positions yet. John had his first chance to react to Jalen Hurts not finishing in the top 10. We are all in agreement that it's crazy that he did not finish in the top 10, but I'm not surprised because it is a very what have you done for me lately kind of voting, because these executives and coaches and scouts probably saw what teams did the last 6 weeks of the season. That's what they based their opinion off of. Let's go to Jason in Newtown Square. Jason, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
What up,
Good,
Jay?
Jace. What's up, buddy?
Good. So, when Jalen was coming into the league, I wasn't a big fan. But then I saw how his progression went, and like you guys, I watch every game. But last year when he was coming down the stretch, and even before the stretch, before the stretch when they beat the Bills, he was ranked number 2 in the league. But there were a lot of those games where his decision-making in that RPO just was abysmal going down. They were 10-1. They could have been 6-4 very, very easily.
See,
all within
I hate
one play
that,
of the
though.
game.
Jason, I hate that, though. I got to
Why?
tell you. I get the old, well, they're 10-1, but they could be 6-5. They're 10-1. I mean,
but it was made on bad decisions.
Wait a minute. Bad decisions by the opposition?
No, bad decisions on the RPO and not running the ball and the coaching.
But when you win and you don't play your best, there's something to that also, is there not?
Sure. But my whole point is that I think 13 is right where he belongs. I'm going to root for him. I'm not a hater.
No, of course. No, listen. Let's get this out of the way. And thanks for the call, Jason. We appreciate it.
No hating.
If somebody has Jalen Hurts like 9th or 10th or 11th or 12th, it's not hating. Okay? That's something that I freaking hate. I'm not yelling at Jason because Jason's probably heard it. Oh, you're a hater, bro. You don't think he's a top 3 quarterback? You're a hater, bro. Like, no. It's okay to have an opinion where you don't believe that every single player is the best at their position. Like, it's okay to say that Jalen Hurts might not be a top 5 quarterback and you're not considered a hater just because you didn't believe in the guy when he first came in the league. I might have a personal opinion about that.
Well, see, now you're hating on the haters, and this is just going to turn into an
no, because it's ridiculous. Like, stop being so upset about everything.
When grown men start throwing around the hater.
You're a hater, bro.
It's like, what are you, a teenage girl? Honestly, is it the lunch table? And,
you hate the word hater more than most people hate anything.
Seriously, it's just like, oh my gosh, oh, you're such a hater.
It's just a catch-all word.
I know, but
you know what it is?
But people,
it's a word without
feel
nuance. It's a word without nuance.
Yeah,
because the word doesn't mean you're not hating on someone.
Welcome
if you
to
say
2024.
They're not top 5, but that's the thing is we can aspire for better. We don't have to say it's 2020. We can aspire for better.
You know what would be?
We can stop saying half.
You know what hating would be? Oh, I think he stinks. I think he's 16th in the league. I think Trevor Lawrence should be. I think Trevor Lawrence should be ahead of him. Like that. That's
right.
Hating.
We could stop saying half empty. You know what I mean? Like we can aspire for better. We can understand our language.
Now he says 13th is right where he belongs.
Now the thing is,
I think that's inaccurate.
I'm not offended by it though. If somebody went to the table saying, "I'm basing it on last year." I'm basing it just on I have such a bad taste in my mouth.
Well,
because of the way Jalen Hurts played last year. By the way,
but then why is Justin Herbert 6th? Why is Aaron Rodgers 8th?
Why is Joe Burrow 2nd?
Right. If we're just basing off of last year.
Yeah, but you're not basing it on Joe Burrow. You're not basing it on anything of his poor play. You're basing it on injury.
All right, but
you're not.
Okay, so if Jalen Hurts gets hurt, he's the third best quarterback.
Here's another thing I want to say on this list that I have in my notes. They're like, well, he was playing hurt. He was injured. Really? Where did I miss a surgery?
You're redoing a lot of the show.
Are you kidding me? Really?
Yesterday.
I'm so sorry.
No,
I don't mean to
it's okay. No, it's okay that I'm glad that you're having this.
But I look at
organic reaction because I said the same thing yesterday. I was
like, where was the? Okay, you're going to tell me if you're going to now tell me. Well, forget about it because Jalen was hurt. He was injured. Okay, where's the surgery? What it was? It's
not just surgery.
It's like when
as Tom pointed out yesterday, he played in the Pro Bowl game.
Right, the very next week, he was jumping over things and playing in that stupid Pro Bowl. I mean, to me, if you're going to play to me now, well, you got to excuse it because we know he was injured. No, you do not, because the Eagles have never acknowledged an injury. He's never acknowledged an injury, and to my attention, there has never been a surgery or other thing to correct an injury. Yeah. So stop it.
And I haven't heard it been asked. Like, hey, how's your knee?
Well, I mean, to me, it's like, okay, it might have been something innocuous that he was dealing with. There's a difference between being an injury. Like, to me, an injury requires fixing.
Right. And not just
being banged up.
Time off.
Being banged up is different. Everybody's banged up.
All right, coming up next, we get more of your reaction to today's topic. Do you put much stock into this? Does it do anything for you? Does it make you feel better? Does it make you feel worse knowing that they had these similar players in the top 10 last year and it didn't work out for the Eagles clearly the way they fell apart? I would love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. You can text it, you can call in. And starting the 7 o'clock hour, I'll give you the rankings of the other positions as well because the Eagles fare very well outside of quarterback with the positions I have in front of us today. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here at 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Countdown.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Trying to say,
I'm
solve,
trying to save your marriage?
trying to solve marital problems.
About viewing and streaming and watching shows
because
together.
She didn't watch any of the House of the Dragon yesterday, Connor. And so I'm just going to keep on watching without her.
I thought we
don't
saw
care
this
anymore.
yesterday.
Nope.
Lie and deceive.
I'm just, fine.
That's the best thing
no, you
for a
know what? No,
healthy
I don't
relationship.
lie. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to say, you're out of luck. You took too much time. I can't be patient anymore. I'm moving on with the show. Not
Now
our
you're
life.
watching. This is
House of the Dragon.
This is the Dragon show.
Yes, House of the Dragon. I will watch the latest episode today. I can't wait any longer.
The girls in my house really enjoy the show.
Oh, it's a great show, and I'm tired of
They
freaking
enjoy it.
waiting. All right.
Now, I think my wife finds it a little uncomfortable watching it with my daughter
Why?
because I guess there's a lot of graphic.
Yeah, it's a weird parent-kid show.
Yeah, but
For
it's
a
not
parent
as,
and a
it's
kid
not
to
as,
watch it?
bad as
it's
the
not as
OG.
risque. Yeah, it's not as risque.
So it's
as
not
this
as bad as the.
No, the
But it
old.
still can get a little sketchy.
Yeah,
A lot
the
of
old
incest
show.
in that show.
Oh yeah, plenty
right?
of it, man. They got
Yeah,
they
it
got to keep
doesn't-
those families strong.
That's crazy. That is absolutely
It's unbelievable. All right, let's check out the text line, Connor. If you're just tuning in, we're going through the ESPN.com top 10 lists from each position voted on by, not Stephen A. Smith and everybody that works at ESPN, voted on by scouts, executives, and coaches in the NFL. Jalen Hurts came in 13th. There are a lot of players on the offensive side of the ball in the top 10. We don't know the defense yet. That has not come out, or wide receiver. But I'll tell you right now, of interior offensive linemen and offensive tackles and running backs and tight ends, the Eagles fared very well. How much stock do you put into that going into the upcoming 2024 Philadelphia Eagles season? What do we got on the text line there, Connor?
Chris from Morrisville checks in this morning, says it makes me feel a little warm and fuzzy inside that they got some guys, but it means nothing for how this season will go right now. It's a all-paper team.
Wait, whoa. I completely, and was it Chris?
Yes.
I completely disagree with Chris, respectfully.
Okay.
What I would say is there's no way the Eagles are an all-paper team. So you're going to tell me that A.J. Brown is an all-paper player? You're going to tell me that, like, when that comes out. You're going to tell me that Lane Johnson's an all-paper player?
No, I think he
You're gonna
means it coming together.
I don't believe that either. The Eagles have had him even
Well, it happened last year.
Even in a crappy season, they still went 11-6.
They went to the playoffs.
I mean, it's like, so the worst thing we've ever seen, arguably as Eagle fans, when the Eagles have been good, the worst performance we've ever seen, 11-6. Again, first world problems, and I don't consider this Eagles team a paper team at all.
Well, but we learned that talent doesn't necessarily always prevail last year.
Oh, no,
Look, even in that Buccaneers game, you yourself, we talked ourselves into them winning because the Eagles were the much more talented team than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I picked them to win 17-13 that day.
Yeah, I forgot. I had an ugly
and I thought it was going to be atrocious.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be an atrocious under game. Eagles were going to win, and it was going to be just an ugly affair.
Yeah.
It was ugly.
It was ugly, and it didn't go out in the Eagles' way. So I get what Chris is saying, that right now this is all on paper, and we saw these players very pretty similarly last year in the top 10. Hurts was just higher last year.
Significantly
in the top 10
higher.
poll, and it led to a collapse that we haven't seen since the 80s, and it was even worse because there was one extra game added on to the regular season schedule.
Plus, it happened to us.
And it happened to us.
So it's
and we had to
worse.
deal
So
with it.
we're
Yeah.
selfish about that it happens.
Absolutely.
I like that, though.
All right, what else do we have, Connor?
Mike in Turnersville checks in, says if the Eagles struggle and don't make the playoffs, he's talking about the coaching conversation you guys had earlier. Nick Sirianni and most assistants, including coordinators, are going to be gone. Kellen Moore hasn't shown enough to be a head coach in waiting. Prescott had a great season in 2023 after Moore was gone, and the Chargers' offense was bad in 2024.
Well, because Justin Herbert was
Justin
hurt.
Herbert got hurt, and that offensive line was terrible. They're predicted to be, by the way, a bottom 5 team in the NFL this year.
Yes, they are.
The talent on that roster
and that's
not
with
there.
Harbaugh,
And they
coming
right.
in.
And I think Harbaugh wants to tear it down to he wants to do one of those total
Bare
home
bones,
makeovers.
yeah.
And yet, all of a sudden, Jim Harbaugh is the 7th best coach in
Yeah,
football.
so I hate that. So yesterday, another thing that we did, CBS Sports put out their not voted on, but their coach rankings.
Yes.
And Sirianni came in at 15, which
I hadn't seen this, so I'm interested.
I'll run through it with you because
Okay,
when you first hear that 15th for Nick Sirianni, you probably go, all right, after last year, that kind of makes sense.
How about rattle off of coaches to me, and I'll tell you if anybody I would have Sirianni ahead of.
So You want me to start from number
Yeah,
one?
start from number one.
All right, number one, I'm sure you can guess who number one is.
I honestly don't know it's Andy Reid.
Yes.
I would guess. Yeah.
It's Andy Reid. Sean McVay is at 2.
He's highly respected by his peers.
He is.
He's highly respected by players. Top 5, I'm fine with that. And he's definitely a better head coach than Nick Sirianni.
Kyle Shanahan is
He's
at
definitely
3.
No matter that he's a guy who puts his towels out at the pool early and then goes away for 3 hours and he's an absolute horrible neighbor. Kyle Shanahan absolutely is a better head coach than Nick Sirianni.
John Harbaugh of the
He is
Ravens
absolutely
at
a better
4.
head coach.
Yes.
Not even a question.
Matt LaFleur climbs up to 5.
He's a better head coach. Matt LaFleur's had double-digit wins, I think, 4 times in his career now as a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
He's Matt LaFleur's a better head coach than Nick Sirianni.
Mike Tomlin.
Mike Tomlin's a
is
better
6th.
head coach, but he hasn't won a lot lately. But he's a better head coach.
Jim Harbaugh's
Yes.
7th.
Now here's where we're going to disagree.
No, we're not.
Oh, okay, we're not.
Well, at least you and I are.
think Jim Harbaugh is one of the best football coaches of the modern era. Not just NFL, not just college. I think
Football in
Jim
general.
Harbaugh, I would absolutely have said, Nick Sirianni, bye-bye.
For Jim Harbaugh.
If Jim Harbaugh had wanted to come in here, and he would have given us unlimited content.
My only argument
sure.
is Jim Harbaugh at 7 is like crossing the street without looking both ways. You're probably still not going to get hit by a car, but it's a lot of faith going into that
yeah,
decision.
they just
him
threw
coming from
threw
college.
him in at 7.
Okay, no, they're basing it on the fact that he had an excellent tenure.
No,
As
I
a
got
head
you.
coach. When he was a head coach in
With
the
the
NFL,
49ers,
he's
yeah.
already proven that he was an excellent head coach.
Absolutely. But then,
Right.
so there's names behind him. So Dan Campbell, who
Dan Campbell is, I do not know how you put him ahead of Nick Sirianni. I don't know how you put him ahead of him.
Really?
Nick Sirianni went to a Super Bowl. Dan Campbell hasn't.
well, Dan Campbell started with a direct roster, whereas
So did
Nick
Nick
Sirianni.
Sirianni started out with a team that was 4-11-1 his first year and made
Okay.
it work. Nick Sirianni has more accomplishments than Dan Campbell. I cannot put him ahead of Nick Sirianni.
All right. Sean McDermott is 9.
I absolutely can put him ahead of Nick Sirianni.
All right, we'll
Go-
keep
yeah.
we'll keep on going because there's a couple of names right in
Campbell.
front of Sirianni that I think
He's right with or shouldn't
no,
be?
it's ridiculous.
Oh, I like that. Okay.
and this is coming from a guy that wanted to fire Nick Sirianni.
No, I get you.
So
I get you.
we'll continue that conversation coming up next. And also, where do these other players from the Eagles rank? Voted on by executives, coaches, and scouts. We know that Jalen Hurts was 13th at quarterback. What about interior offensive line, tackles, tight ends, and running backs? I'll tell you right now, the Eagles fared well. Find out exactly how well they did coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic.
The Fanatic on this Tuesday morning.
Hot day it's going to be.
Oh, jeez. I did 2 hours of yard work yesterday, which is probably the dumbest thing I could have possibly have done, but I made it into work the next day. I don't run from the grind. All right, so welcome in. If you're just tuning in, ESPN.com put together the coaches, scouts, and executives poll where they voted the people that work inside the NFL, not just people that have hot takes and people that have opinions. No, the people that actually do work for the NFL, in the NFL, for teams, voted on the players at each position. They just haven't gotten a wide receiver or defense yet. And the man who is orchestrating all of this is Jeremy Fowler. He'll be joining us coming up at 8:30 because we have some questions that we want to find out. Like Jalen Hurts, who finished 13th. If you finished in the top 10, they mentioned where their highest vote was and where their lowest vote was. But if you are an honorable mention, which is what Jalen Hurts finished as, and in the 13th spot, it doesn't say what the highest vote was.
Maybe Jeremy will tell us.
I'm curious to find out. Did he get a 6th place vote or a 5th place vote? And it just, once the math came out, did he finish 13th? I'm curious to see how highly some people may have thought of Jalen Hurts. I'm curious to find that out.
You know what I'm curious of, and it's funny, is when I was looking at this for talking about it on the show today, and I know you guys did discuss it yesterday, so I'm asking you both. If this was put, you guys are both working for an NFL team. You're not head coaches or anything. You're an executive of some sort. Mm-hmm. And this poll's put in front of you. How are you filling it out? I'm filling it out on my entire thinking of Jalen Hurts' body of work, A.J. Brown's body of work, Lane Johnson's body of work.
Yeah, I'm not just doing it in the last 6 weeks.
I'm not basing it on just last year.
No, absolutely
I'm not. But it says to me, Jalen Hurts being 13th screams to me that some people picked it up and that's how they chose to do it.
But here's the hard part of it. To that point, like I wouldn't just base off of last year, but Aaron Rodgers is a first ballot Hall of Famer. Do I think Aaron Rodgers should be number 1 on this list or number 2? No, he should not be.
But would Aaron Rodgers, if Aaron Rodgers was the quarterback of the Eagles, would you feel better about them than Jalen Hurts being? With this talent, with this offensive line.
This Aaron Rodgers?
This year.
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
because of the injury?
Because of the injury, because of the peyote.
I don't like it. I think he's
to the Achilles and the head.
I do not think he's somebody who, as great a player he is, no one in Green Bay will tell you that he was the leader of that team.
Packers.
That he was the guy that the players all rallied around and everything. He's a strange dude.
I'm excited to see him play.
Dude.
I was bummed out that he got hurt last year because
I hate when
I
that
thought
happens.
I thought that Jets team was going to be pretty good. I picked them to win that division, and then he gets hurt, and you go, oh, well, there goes that prediction. That prediction's over because of how good that defense is. And oh, by the way, he's got weapons around. Like he has legitimate wide receivers that he could throw to, and they got some nice backs there as well. But like I don't know, like if we're doing it off of what you just said, John, like whole body of work, then Rodgers would be top 30.
Well, that's
but he's
why
not.
Rodgers can't be, like, to me, Rodgers can't be. You can't give me 10 quarterbacks in the NFL that you would rather try to win with this year than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, no shot.
So to me, that's why I say he's still a top 10 quarterback.
He's still a top 10 quarterback.
But he's like, to me, I actually, right now, as very torn as I am, I'd put Jalen Hurts ahead of him. And the reason I would is because of the fact that I don't know what broken down version of Aaron Rodgers. I know that he's going into a new locker room where even in this offseason, he has decided it's not important for me to be a leader. It's not important to me to show up for the when everybody else is having their mandatory time.
Right, he's not showing up.
It's not even important to me.
Neither is Hassan Reddick.
No, the strangest thing is he complained about how Brett Favre treated him.
And he's doing the same thing.
He's the same exact guy that Brett Favre was to him. It's sort of like a cats in the cradle story.
Yeah,
he's doing
like
it. He's repeating it.
All right, so our question today, how much stock do you put into these kinds of lists? Now, I find it funny. We celebrate when players are in the top 10, but then when players aren't in the top 10, we bash the list, poo-poo the list. You know, yesterday, Connor was making me laugh because he's not wrong. Connor was saying, you know, I believe some executives are dumb. And I don't think you're wrong.
Okay.
Like, there are people that get fired pretty quickly in the NFL.
Connor, though, if you say that, how do you think they get there?
I have no idea, John. I don't know.
Like, I mean, seriously, are you really look at it that way?
I don't know how some lawyers get their job. I don't know how some doctors get their job. I don't know how some pilots get their job. I think in any profession, there are a section of the professionals in that line of work
that aren't good at it.
that flat out stink at it. And
Except Sports Talk Radio, where we're very good
Sports
at
Talk
it.
Great
Radio,
at it,
everyone's
man.
All
great.
of us are freaking great at it.
Damn right.
Unbelievable. If
Major
you haven't-
market, baby. Top 5.
If
That's
you
what they
haven't
tell us.
watched the YouTube, we're also very handsome, all of that. Yeah. No, but my point is not that every one of them is dumb, and I think it's what they're doing. And I think there are people that fail to the top in every industry.
Dude, how many times do we go, oh my God, how did Howie Roseman get that trade done? Why would they make that move? Not Howie, why?
Right.
But why would Houston have made that move? Why did the Titans trade A.J. Brown, right? Go into a season with Ryan Tannehill and Will Levis and Malik Willis, not knowing who their starting quarterback would be, and then it didn't work out, so they fired Mike Vrabel, who is a very highly thought of head coach. Like, that's dumb.
Why did the Falcons spend all the money in the world on Kirk Cousins,
And then
then draft a
Penix?
quarterback and
Well,
Why did they draft Kyle Pitts four or 5 years ago when they needed a quarterback?
the only thing I'm going to tell you on the Vrabel thing, very much like Mike Johnson, everybody had the opportunity to hire him.
No, it was late, wasn't it?
There was still-
There
he
were a
had-
couple of teams.
I mean,
It was later, but
there
it
were
wasn't
at least,
that
But
late.
he had opportunities for head coaching jobs, and there were some he didn't even interview.
He'll get a job.
I mean, he will
after this year.
Yeah, but
I'm surprised because I don't think they like the old school, hard nosed. Some organizations
Working for Dan Campbell.
No, some organizations, yeah, but he's also a huggy kissy guy.
Okay.
He's also one of those. Let me give you a big
Yeah.
hug, and
It might have been a weird
Vrabel's
market.
not.
How does Belichick not have a job?
Right,
I would agree.
right. Greatest
well,
coach of all
Belichick's
time.
to me, Belichick's 73.
That could be it.
And I'm going to tell you, and I'm not an ageist by any means. I do not believe I would never hire a 73-year-old head coach.
Well, his new girlfriend keeps him young.
That's exactly true.
It's so freaking crazy.
All right, so
It's so-
how much stock do you put into these? So we know that Jalen Hurts is 13th. Do you guys want to play a game and take guesses? I don't know if you guys have
Can
seen
you give me
these
those
lists.
last ones? The other one on that list that you left off on quickly, though?
Yeah,
Dan Campbell list?
The coaches.
Oh,
you
yeah,
have a
I'm
couple
sorry.
more.
So-
You stopped it. With Dan Campbell's the one I took issue with.
So Dan Campbell was 8th. McDermott was 9th. Kevin Stefanski was 10th. I think he should be higher.
I think Kevin Stefanski should necessarily be higher, but he hasn't accomplished more than Nick Sirianni.
Oh, dude, I would take Kevin Stefanski in a heartbeat.
But he has not accomplished more than Nick Sirianni.
That doesn't matter
okay.
to me. What he dealt with last year with the Deshaun
amazing.
Watson
Amazing.
injury,
Did a great job.
everything before the injury, and then having to play with Joe Flacco.
He did a great job.
He lost Nick Chubb.
What do you mean having to? Getting to play with
Yeah,
Joe
you're
Flacco.
right.
Let's
There you
have
go.
some respect.
Who else?
Mike McDaniel was 11th.
Ridiculous.
I agree.
Nick Sirianni is much more accomplished as a head coach
Right.
than Mike McDaniel.
They have him up there because he's quirky.
Revenge of the Nerds.
All right, I'm going to skip 12 because 12 is ridiculous.
Why?
I'll tell you. D'Amico Ryans is 13th.
D'Amico Ryans has not accomplished what Nick Sirianni has accomplished.
I think
he should not be ahead
he
of
should
him.
not be ahead of Sirianni. I think he could be one day.
No, I think he.
I don't think he should
How
be
about
already.
this? I think he probably will be.
Yeah. And then 14 is Zach Taylor, one spot ahead of Sirianni.
That's freaking ridiculous.
Why?
He hasn't accomplished more than Nick Sirianni.
He got to a Super Bowl.
So is Nick Sirianni.
Okay.
And Nick Sirianni has been more consistent than he has now. Also, too,
I mean, they're one spot apart. So
he can't coach an offensive line.
well, he doesn't have an offensive
No,
line.
well, it never fixes.
Yeah,
It never fixes.
Is that on him?
It's not necessarily
Well,
him.
I mean, look, he's
is
got
Nick Sirianni drafting
He has
players, or
input-
is Howie Roseman drafting
he
players?
has input on his roster. He has input on his coaches. They don't fix.
Dude, we don't know if Sirianni has input on the roster,
don't
so we
fix-
can't just sit here and say that Zach Taylor has input.
They don't fix anything in Cincinnati.
Okay.
They don't fix that glaring problem. Joe Burrow should be furious.
Now, this one was ridiculous. At 12.
Who was it?
3 spots ahead of Sirianni.
Okay. Who was it? I don't,
Kevin O'Connell, the Vikings.
that's freaking
That's what
unbelievably
I said.
stupid.
That was the
That's
one I
stupid.
hated the most. I mean, even more than McDaniel. I couldn't believe that he's 12th.
Well, that's ridiculous.
And this is coming from a guy who wanted to fire Nick Sirianni.
And
like, come on.
Right,
Like, that's ridiculous.
I did not want to fire Nick Sirianni.
That guy's had one good season and lost to the playoffs of the Giants in the first round.
Exactly. And his team wet the bed
Yeah, oh yeah.
to the Giants.
Yeah.
And that was a bad Giants team.
So that's your coaching.
Okay.
Record. But that was the CBS team.
Okay. I'm sorry
That's
about that.
That's not that wasn't voted among peers in the NFL. That was the CBS team.
Wow.
Now this is back to the coaches, executives, and scouts who voted on this.
Okay.
Let's start with offensive tackles. Do you believe any Eagles tackles are in the top 10?
Yes.
Yeah, both of them are.
You think both are? I think one is.
I was with John, but Connor is correct.
You're kidding me.
They love Jordan Mailata
They do
league-wide.
love Jordan Mailata.
Jordan Mailata has not played to that level 2 years in a row.
So,
we know that from being this close,
but they
I-
might not. Yeah.
And also the story, I think, and I don't want to say blinds people, but when you think of Jordan Mailata, I imagine a lot of people are like, man, this dude is just learning how to play, and this is how good he is.
I'm thrilled he's here, Connor. I'm thrilled that Jordan Mailata is our left tackle, and I think he has done a admirable job stepping in for a guy like Jason Peters,
Yeah.
who is a Hall of Famer. But I don't.
Who followed John Runyon, by the way.
But I believe the last.
pretty good.
I don't think the last 2 years
Trey
have
Thomas, sorry.
been outstanding.
I don't think you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, from the perspective around the league, I can understand why people feel that way.
Sure.
So Lane Johnson is 5th, and Jordan Mailata is 7th. Lane Johnson's dropped 1 spot from last year's ranking. Mailata's dropped 2, but he's still in
And
the top
Mailata's
10.
7th?
He's 7th, yes. The highest vote that he got was actually 3rd.
Wow.
The lowest he got was out of the top 10.
Wow.
Same with Lane Johnson, identical 3rd and lowest out of the top 10. Which whoever voted Lane Johnson out of the top 10 does not watch
They're
football.
they're out of their mind.
And that goes back to what Connor says. Some of these,
Oh my
some of
God.
these executives must not know, or they're just not paying close enough attention.
No,
because
no.
for Lane Johnson to not be in the top 10 is ridiculous.
We had, so to go back to yesterday, Patrick Mahomes had one person put him at 2nd.
And
in the
Josh
quarterback
Allen,
ranking.
Okay, who-
Josh Allen first.
Okay,
And
then,
I said
then it was
that
a
person should
Buffalo
lose their job.
Yeah,
It's a
and I agree
Buffalo
with you.
executive.
But I agree that person should be fired.
that person that's just dumb.
Like Jeremy
exactly,
Fowler should
so.
out that person, and that person should be
Dox
fired
them and
immediately.
Cancel their career.
So
Maybe
Lane,
Jeremy, we get people's email addresses.
Right,
and
we'll
stuff
figure it
at
out.
8:30.
this
Get
morning.
names.
But I'm so looking forward to this conversation with Jeremy.
I can't wait because there's more to it than just the rankings. Like I want to know how high was Jalen Hurts actually thought of from some people. All right, interior offensive linemen. How many do you believe the Eagles have in the top 10, if any at all?
1.
John?
None.
They do have one in the top 10. Landon,
They do.
Landon Dickerson is
Dickerson
6th.
did get it.
He
okay,
is
good.
6th.
And Landon, I'm sorry if you're listening. I did not mean to say. I just didn't know if he had enough cachet yet to crack a top 10 list there. I have no problem with him with someone saying that he is.
Pro Bowler twice now in
And
his
that makes-
career?
Yep.
Right,
and,
second.
and at one point, for like 5 minutes, was the highest paid guard in the NFL and eventually got replaced. By the way, I misspoke. This makes it even worse. Lane Johnson's lowest rank wasn't out of the top 10 / honorable mention. He was unranked.
Okay, who the hell?
So
That's
somebody
terrible.
didn't even give him
Okay, that
like
to,
half a point.
to me that has to be an oversight.
That person,
Yeah, someone forgot.
because Landon Dickerson's lowest rank was unranked as well, which is crazy.
To me, that has to be an oversight.
But Landon Dickerson's highest rank, somebody actually put him as number 1 ahead of everybody else. Zach Martin, by the way, comes out on top for the Dallas Cowboys. All right, tight ends. Obviously, only one for the Eagles. Do you believe Dallas Goedert was
Yes.
voted upon as a top 10 tight end?
He has to be.
he has to be a top.
You
He,
would be correct.
I'm going to
9.
guess. I'm going to guess 6.
7th.
All right.
Okay, Johnny.
He
Price is right. I win.
Tip of the cap.
He is behind David Njoku, who was 6th, who had a tremendous year last year. Hawkinson 5th, Laporta 4th, Andrews 3rd, Kittle 2nd, and Travis Kelce
Okay.
1st. And then running backs is the
Did-
last one that we had.
Did anyone not have Travis Kelce as number 1?
Lowest
Yeah, I'm
ranking
sure.
lowest ranking was 5th for him.
Travis Kelce went through a pretty bad slump at
He
the end
did.
of the season.
He did, but 5th.
Well, George Kittle's very good.
So is Mark Andrews. If Mark Andrews doesn't have the injury,
Mark Andrews was having
he
an
could be even
amazing
higher.
year.
So yeah, he was. Excuse me, I'm getting emotional about this.
Wow, you really love
There
Travis
were
Kelce.
some people that had Travis Kelce. I'm a
you a
I'm a
Swiftie?
Swiftie. Yeah, I got the wristbands and everything.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Running backs. Do you believe Saquon Barkley finished in the top 10?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I guess so.
I absolutely think he did.
You guys want to take the guess where?
Okay, so McCaffrey's 1.
5th.
I think he's higher than 5. 3?
He is 4th.
Wow, good job.
I am stunned.
You're stunned?
Stunned by who's second.
Who's second?
Stunned.
Okay.
Let me
And I
think.
just talked about his team having a lot of good weapons on it.
Wow.
Earlier this segment.
AFC or NFC?
AFC. Thanks for listening. Just this segment.
Okay, well, no.
10 minutes
AFC.
ago.
I don't listen to what you say.
I knew it. I
okay,
knew
who
it
is
all along. Breece Hall.
Okay, I'm shocked at that.
Look, he is a good back.
No, he's really
but
good.
he is second.
No, that's ridiculous.
So Christian McCaffrey's first, Breece Hall second, Nick Chubb third, who's probably second if he doesn't get hurt. Saquon is fourth. And then it's Jonathan Taylor, Bijan Robinson, Josh Jacobs, Jahmyr Gibbs. Derrick Henry fell to ninth on this list. And then Travis Etienne is 10th.
The Breece Hall thing, I kind of get because the quarterback situation in New York with the Jets was awful. So you can go ahead and say, oh, when he has someone who can actually throw the
he
football.
still averaged 4.5 yards per carry last year.
Like, very productive in maybe the worst situation of any of these good running backs.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point to make. I'm stunned that he is thought of that highly across league circles
I am
for him to
surprised.
finish
I'm
second.
surprised, too, yeah.
I'm surprised.
Like Saquon, you could say the exact same thing about Saquon Barkley. Barkley
Yeah.
did it with Daniel Jones, right? And is now coming to Philadelphia and has an offensive line in front of him. I didn't see many Jets offensive linemen, right? Like, now, to Breece Hall's credit, but Saquon Barkley he could be higher.
You know what I'm realizing with these lists? It's almost better to have less of a sample size. You're almost ranked better with less sample size.
Okay, yeah.
Because people project out based on something that they see that might not come to fruition. Like Saquon, we know what he is and we know what he isn't. Breece Hall, people look at him and say, oh, how great could he be?
Right.
And you can't, and you're not supposed to, I don't think you're supposed to do this list based on that.
No.
No, you probably shouldn't. So here's the deal. We have quarterback, tackles, interior linemen, tight ends, and running back. Offensive tackles, both starters are in the top 10. Interior offensive lineman, you have one in the top 10, and nobody was going to put Cam Jurgens up there just yet, and we still don't know who the right guard will be between Tyler Steen and Mekhi Becton. Tight end, you have Dallas Goedert in the top 10. Running back, you have Saquon Barkley, not just in the top 10, but in the top 5, fourth overall. Hurts is the only guy not in the top 10, but he's in the conversation. What they did in the little blurb for Hurts was he could be anywhere from 7 to 13, and I think 13 is ridiculous, but hey, 7 is still a top 10 quarterback. How much stock do you put into this, knowing that the Eagles have so much respected talent across the league, not just us on the radio? These are people inside the NFL voting on it. Do you put any stock into that? What do we have on the text line, Connor? You can text the show. You can call the show, 610-632-0975.
Yeah, so check in here from Anthony in St. Pete. He says, I think after last year, people are waiting to see if Jalen and other players can flourish under a proven coordinator. Like it or not, jury is out on Hurts for many fans. No excuses. So I think they're waiting.
That's a wait and see.
Well, I'm
Okay.
going to give you that I agree completely. No excuses.
No, definitely no excuses.
Like if Jalen Hurts if he doesn't cut his interceptions to single digits, then I'm going to see it as a trend and a problem. Like 15 interceptions is stupid, and the amount of fumbles too.
Yeah, the fumbles were bad.
He
He did not have a good year.
He had a
last
bad year.
Like he
had a bad year.
He did not have a good year last year, and I know.
And he was ranked well last year on these lists.
Right.
So that's
So-
a tough thing.
Maybe the motivational factor of him being ranked lower will help him out. I don't know.
Light that fire.
But he'll be fine. He's gonna get better. I think we all agreed that he's gonna get better, right?
I think we. Oh, I.
But
I'm
better
betting
be better.
I'm
He
betting on
better
it.
be better.
Yes, I'm going to bet on it in a variety of ways.
All right. So a couple of texters so far have been like, all right, I'm not going to put too much stock into this just yet. I want to see how it plays out. So these were the executive scouts and coaches who voted on this. I found something interesting. ESPN, because again, this is the time of the year for lists, right? And
Right,
it's not power rankings.
I can just tell you that the executive I spoke to yesterday said
Doesn't really care.
Oh, must be your slow time.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's what he said. He goes, must be your slow time.
So at least we have content, Johnny.
Right, exactly.
So they did something interesting on ESPN that I want to go through. The people that do like the statistics and the analytics, they ranked the rosters in its entirety.
Oh,
So I told
Okay.
you the Eagles fared very well with individual players. I asked the question, how much stock do you put into that when it comes to the team as a whole? I'll tell you how they fared in terms of that projection.
oh, okay.
Not as good as you might think.
I'm anxious to hear this one.
Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Hernandez wins.
the Fanatic. Pretty soon we got to make our preseason bets, like prop bets, win totals, all kind of division winners.
Now, we wait until we're past the second preseason game?
I basically, what I do
Or what?
is, the last couple of years I've done this, at some point leading up to week one, before the first game
Before
on
the first game,
Thursday,
right.
I go either, on the app, or I check out the FanDuel Sportsbook at Live Casino, and I put together, my bets then. And
So much fun.
I love doing something I love doing. I put very little money on because the payout is ridiculous. I parlay all the division winners who I think will win the division.
Have you hit that or not?
I've come very close. Last year, the only one I missed was I had the Saints winning the NFC South. And remember, it came down to the second to last season.
I would have had the Saints winning the
because
South
I thought
too.
Derek Carr wasn't
did
going to
I.
be abysmal. And I would have won a nice chunk of change. A very, very nice chunk of change.
You got
But
a little
Derek
Frank
Carr,
Costanza in you this morning.
His eyeliner was bleeding into his eyes, and he couldn't see anybody.
Well, don't worry. If you get close on a big future this year, Haley will just root against you.
Yeah, exactly. The
you
entire
go.
time. Want to let you know about the Fanatic Deal of the Week. Old stomping grounds of one Connor Thomas. Get 2 single-day wristbands for the price of one at the Funplex in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Experience unforgettable summer thrills at the Funplex. Each wristband offers unlimited access to indoor rides, Splash Plex Water Park, 1 hour of bowling, and select video games. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals.
Bro,
That's a
back
great
in the
deal.
day, it used to just be putt-putt and go-karts. And the stuff they've done there to make that an amazing, not that it wasn't always amazing, but it is such a cool spot to bring your kids.
Dude, they should have you out there at this point. Honestly,
That's
the way
so
you've
awesome.
talked this place up,
You gush
Look,
it up,
I
which is
went to
great.
it. I
Have
went
me
to
out
it
there.
once, but you used to go out there all the time.
I could walk there from my house. They don't even need to invite me. I'll just go.
You'll just go
I love
yourself.
the Funplex.
Walk. That's awesome.
All right, I'm going to strategically do this. Have a text ready. Maybe is there a positive text? Somebody that's happy with the rankings?
Sure. Yeah, we can
All right.
find one.
So I'm trying to do this on the fly here. So our main topic today has been whether or not you put stock into these top 10 lists when the Eagles fare very well in them with individual players. Jalen Hurts, we all think, should be higher than 13th, but he's ranked 13th. Saquon Barkley is ranked 4th. Dallas Goedert is ranked 7th. Lane Johnson was ranked 5th. Jordan Mailata was ranked 7th. Landon Dickerson was ranked 6th for interior offensive linemen. We have not gotten to wide receivers yet. I think we all agree that A.J. Brown will be in the top 10, and Devontae Smith, if he's not in the top 10, should at least be one of those honorable mentions, correct?
He better be.
They're gonna fare well when it comes to the offense. When it comes to the defense, I don't know how many players will even be honorable mentions. We think Jalen Carter and Darius Slay will get some love. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson should. He just hasn't been healthy enough. He might not get a nod if you think about it because he's missed so much time.
I don't think he's going.
But he should at least be an honorable mention.
He could be an honorable mention, but
So,
I don't think he's going to get it.
Not as glowing of reviews for the individuals on the defensive side of the ball, but clearly offense does really well. How much stock do you put into it? Would love to hear from you, 610-632-0975. There's a reason why I want to go to a positive text first. What do we have, Connor?
Well, it just so happens I have one of those texts ready.
Isn't
and,
that nice?
Lane from Kentucky checks in and says, the rankings do matter in one way this year specifically. It just strengthens what we believe. That last year's collapse was in no way a lack of talent. That's what NFL execs and coaches also believe. So this team needs to get it together and trust the talent that they have this year based on these rankings.
Okay.
I like that mindset.
I do too.
That's where not just because it agrees with me, but that's where I'm at too. Is I feel this sets a bar of what expectations should be.
Right.
Because I don't want to hear any wiggling out of anything, and I don't think the Eagles ran away from. I think Howie fully acknowledged the collapse. I think that
except for the. If you take away the 1 and 7.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that stuff.
I hate it. Come on, bro.
Well,
we
you did
can't
start,
take
Ken.
away
No,
the
you
1 and
can't.
7
And
and
if you
up.
take away the iceberg, the Titanic
Right, the
was a
Titanic's
Carnival
fine.
cruise
Right,
ship.
exactly.
Other than the shooting, Mrs. Lincoln, how'd you like the play?
Right, exactly.
The whole
You
thing,
can't do
you
that.
cannot take out the worst thing.
So
It's terrible.
I find this interesting. So now this is on ESPN.com, but it was not voted on by executives, coaches, and scouts, which these top 10 lists are. This was the NFL analysts, Mike Clay, Aaron Schatz, Seth Walder, and a couple other people that cover the teams individually. All All right, but those three guys are like the big analytics numbers and all that kind of stuff. And you know how I feel about analytics, but okay, it's July. I'll use this as a talking point. They put together 1 through 32, the rosters as a whole. So again, Eagles offensively, everybody's in the top 10 except for Jalen Hurts.
Eagles have the most top-heavy offensive talent in the NFL.
Seems like it.
No,
Well, San Francisco's pretty good too.
San Francisco's right there, but you could make the argument that either one of them is better than the other.
So here is, in order,
Okay.
the rankings for rosters as a whole. Number 1, the San Francisco 49ers.
I don't think there's an argument there.
Number 2, the Kansas City Chiefs. Number 3, the Baltimore Ravens. Number 4, the New York Jets. Number 5, the Detroit Lions. Number 6, the Dallas Cowboys.
Jeez.
Number 7, the Cincinnati Bengals. Number 8, the Houston Texans. Number 9, the Buffalo Bills. I finally get to the Eagles at 10.
Okay, that's so ridiculous.
So, first reaction before I give you the blurbs. 10 probably too low, especially with the Cowboys. Like, come on.
Cowboys,
It's such a bias.
the Cowboys, it's stupid. You cannot overlay their rosters and say that the Cowboys have the player position advantage at the majority of positions.
I'm going to guess, though, and this is without reading the explanations, they have less talent on offense than the Eagles do, but definitely have more talent on defense.
I think they have significantly less talent on offense. Significantly.
But, it's probably more balanced. Like, let's say...
They're a more balanced team than
let's
the
say
Eagles
each team
are.
has 10 premier players, right? 9 of them are on offense for the Eagles.
Yeah,
It might be 5-5 for the Cowboys,
Yeah.
which might be why they have them up higher.
If you were ranking the Eagles' best players, 1 to 10, 10 players on the roster. Jalen Carter's there, right? Based on 1 year?
Maybe.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe not.
Okay. Who's there then?
Landon Dickerson, Jordan
No,
Mailata.
defensive side of the ball.
I don't know.
How many
the
players
top-
crack the top 10?
That's what I'm saying. I don't
I'm
know
saying.
that any do.
Wow, you think the top 10 names
Well,
would come
let's
off on
look at
offense?
it. We're taking Hurts. We're taking A.J. Brown. We're taking Devontae over anyone on
We
defense.
are. We're taking Lane Johnson.
Yep.
We're taking Jordan Mailata.
Yep. You're
We're
taking Saquon
probably
Barkley.
Landon Dickerson, Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, so we're already, what does that put us at?
7 already.
We have 7.
We haven't mentioned Dallas Goedert, who we all think highly of. That's just been under.
I'm not as high on him as other people.
As far as top 10 players, I would probably get to Jalen Carter before I'd get to Dallas
I would get
Goedert.
to
Okay,
Jalen
so you
Carter
got to
before.
maybe 8.
Yeah.
And look, Darius Slay's still good.
He is.
He
And
is.
do you put CJ GJ
Right.
in your
Okay.
top 10 players?
Could be.
Maybe. But we went 7 before any of us
Before
have
we
any
got to a
argument about
before
saying
we got to a defensive
Right.
player. So here's the blurb that they write for the Eagles. Each team did the biggest strength, biggest weakness, X factor, and non-starter to know. Which
Okay.
is just a bit too much, but whatever. Biggest strength, offensive tackle. Eagles have arguably the league's best duo with Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson.
Okay.
Mailata ranked among the top tackles in pass block win rate and run block win rate in 2023. Johnson is now 34 years old, but he was his usual elite self in 2023, which included the best run block win rate among starting tackles. So that's fair. Biggest strength is the 2 tackles offensively.
Okay.
Biggest weakness. Would you guys like to take a guess?
The entire
Linebacker.
defense. The linebackers.
Off-ball linebacker.
Yes.
This is simply not a priority position for general manager Howie Roseman. A year after struggling to find players to hold down the fort, the Eagles' offseason investments included Devin White, journeyman Oren Burks, and 5th-round flyer on Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Not unfair at all. Absolutely not unfair. And no one around the NFL is wagging their tongues about Jeremiah Trotter Jr. but us.
Right.
We're the only place
Because the name is
that
familiar.
he's a talking point in the NFL. No other franchises are going, man, we missed it on Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
X Factor. They went cornerback. which I do like in terms of like you need them to play well. Darius Slay and James Bradbury, even though I don't know if Bradbury's a starter, but we'll see. The Eagles invested in their secondary this offseason to make up for Slay and Bradbury coming off down seasons, but can you imagine if the two veteran cornerbacks bounced back? It's not out of the question. Cornerback play is quite variant from year to year, and both players have been high-end performers in the past. I do like that's actually like a positive spin on things. And then the non-star to know is Aeneas Smith, the receiver that they drafted in the 5th round. But, when you read that, does that change your opinion at all?
No.
I still think they should be higher than 10th. Like, that's ridiculous.
I'm going to tell you, I think if you did the exercise with the Chiefs, I think the Eagles and the Chiefs rosters are very close. Yet they've won 2 Super Bowls.
Yet they've won 2 Super Bowls, yeah. But
I mean, it's a
they
big thing.
have Patrick Mahomes. Like, that's the biggest thing.
I don't know that the Lions are better. I don't know that their roster is better. Overlaying it.
Well, again, their defense is better.
Their defense is better.
And I think that's the big thing. Like, we're so focused on how great the Eagles' offense should be, which it should be. There's no excuse. We've said no excuses a million times. Is anyone saying how great the defense should be?
Absolutely.
No, it's who?
And we talked to them last week on Wednesday, and I can have that clip ready for you next.
Does anybody say defense wins
Wait,
championships anymore?
Schefter. Who do we talk to Wednesday?
Adam Schefter.
Yeah.
He believes the defense is going to be great?
I'll play you the clip.
No, he thinks they're going to be really, really good.
Well, I
thinks
know
they're
he
gonna be-
respects
no, but
Vic
he said-
Fangio.
The word stellar was used.
He thinks they're going to be really good.
All right, have that clip ready because
But-
I must have forgotten that.
I mean, to me, I does anybody say anymore that defense wins championships? Because I don't believe it
No,
does.
but-
I think you can be the Chiefs 2 years ago, who were when they played the Eagles, who were a average middle of the road 14th or 15th ranked defense, and they won the Super Bowl. I don't think you need it when your offense is
I
prolific.
don't think it's defense wins championships, but I think it's defense helps you win championships.
Yeah.
And last year, the Eagles' defense did not help at all.
Didn't help you win anything.
All right, so I would love to get your reaction on this because the Eagles did very well with individual voting, but the team as a whole, they're 10th. And is that too low or is that in the right spot? Would love to hear from you, 610-632-0975, and then we'll play the clip. Adam Schefter believes the defense will be stellar. I must have been distracted at that time. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Kincade and Salciunas. Weekday morning 6 to 10. Conversations.
Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. It's your plane. I
It's a
know.
plane.
Yeah, look, it gets so excited
That's
every time I
very good.
freaking say it.
It does.
I got to remember to not say it
You gotta
coming out
say
of the
it.
break because
Exactly.
your joy for the 747
It's a plane.
it's sometimes too much for me.
It is a plane.
All right, we'll get back to the text messages in a second, but you have some props, and it's funny. I'm literally on FanDuel as we talk.
You're looking at, you know what's funny is I've looked at them at 2 commercial breaks today, looking at prop bets.
Well, now we're getting close. I just saw the tweet from Andrew DeCecco. I just retweeted it. Training camp's a week from today. Football's right around the corner. So now's the time where we start getting a little bit more excited. We start looking at the prop bets. We start thinking about who's going to win divisions and all that kind of stuff. Like now's the time, man.
I love over-unders on season win totals. It's one of my favorite things to bet.
Okay.
And it is one of the, as far as things that you can bet, you can say, okay, I've been pretty good with that. I tend to be pretty good with that.
By the way-
Over-under season wins.
This was no thought into it. I
Okay.
just quickly clicked the division winners if I think they win or not.
All right.
I went Jets, Texans, Bengals, Chiefs, Eagles, Falcons, Packers, Niners. Just quickly. I did not
Just
even
quickly.
think about it.
Right.
A $10 bet would win you $3,387.
That's fantastic.
That's the fun in it, right? And then you have something to pay attention to all season long.
And if
or Aaron Rodgers gets hurt week 1 and then you're miserable.
And if those teams are in the mix, all of them are in the mix, you're going to get that Brendan Gunn,
That
Sophie's
cash
choice.
out option, yeah.
Do you want to
absolutely.
cash out?
All right, so you have props for Saquon
How about this?
Barkley.
Yeah, Jimmy Shapiro, thank you from Bet Online for this. If I said to you the over-under rushing yardage for Saquon Barkley, rushing yardage.
I was going to go in the 8. No, because DeAndre Swift finished with 1,000 yards.
You said 8? He's going to be over 1,000. I was thinking 1,250.
I know, but because of everything that's on the offense, but Swift still, even when he wasn't playing, I'll go 1,100.
They put 1,050 and a half
Okay.
is the number. So we would we're all betting over on that.
Yeah, the reason
It's
why
rushing yards.
I was in 8 at the beginning because of he could miss 2 weeks.
Right, he could.
And then how often are they going to be running him when they're up big, if they're up big? But I would take over.
How about his rushing touchdowns? 7.5 is the number.
Dude.
That's the number. You going over? Tush push.
Dude, it is.
Like the
these
thing-
offensive props for the Eagles are so tough because they just have so many guys to spread the ball
I'm
around
taking
to.
the over because, A, he's going to break for a couple that are probably 20, 30 yards, which we didn't see much of last year.
We've never
like
really
DeAndre
seen a
Swift
lot
would
of
get
that.
caught, right? Like we didn't see many long touchdown runs for the Eagles. I think they have an orchestrated effort to not have Jalen Hurts at the bottom of a pile
I would agree.
every single 8 times a game with the tush push. I think Saquon Barkley hits that over.
Think of what I've told you about Kellen Moore. What do you think they have his receptions at?
Receptions?
Yes.
If I went 4 game times 17, that would be 68. So 67.5.
Okay, this is the number I'm jumping all over. 40.5.
Oh, jeez.
Take the over.
Yeah.
Yes, because Kellen Moore loves throwing to a back, and I think he will throw to Gainwell too, though.
Okay.
But I don't think it's going to cost enough that it'll be done that.
I think we're going to see a lot less of the committee type of stuff
You
that
do.
we've seen.
I sure hope
Well,
so.
that's what Kellen
I
Moore.
sure
That's
hope
what
so.
Kellen
Better.
Moore's history would tell you.
Yeah.
Is that over 325.5 receiving yards?
What was the number?
Over 325.5 receiving yards?
I kind of hope it's under.
I hope it's under also. That is exactly.
Yeah.
Connor, you and I have been agreeing too much.
Yeah, it's kinda
Let's
scary.
fix this. And receiving touchdowns,
3.5.
2.5, 3.5. Yeah.
2.5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a number. So they have at 7.5 rushing touchdowns, 2.5 receiving. You got to go over and under.
What was the reception total?
The reception total is 40.5. I'm betting that. I'm going to tell you right now, my Bet Parks app's going to get blown up with that one.
So he, in his entire career, hit that every single season but one. That was the year he only played in 2 games.
And I think what the thinking would be, if I'm a guy putting out the odds at Bet Parks, and they do not consult me on this, is that they're going A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert, who they know Kellen Moore loves throwing to tight ends and running backs. But the number of receptions, I think that number for 40.5 is going to be a sweat, but I'm going to take it. I'm going to take that number.
Okay.
So there you go. Just some of the numbers out there. BetOnline's got them now, and your local sports book, I'm sure, will be cooperating very soon.
All right, we'll get to the texts and the calls in a second, but I also want to take a look at Twitter. Michael checks in about Jalen Hurts' ranking coming in at 13.
Okay, what's he have
And
to
again,
say?
Jeremy Fowler, who orchestrated this, he conducted the interviews and the voting. He joins us at 8:30 today. Michael says Jalen Hurts is definitely a top 5 quarterback. The fact that he was mired in the muck of Johnson's offensive offense is overlooked by ESPN and others. Steichen? ? Hurts was even with Mahomes as a top 2 MVP candidate. With Moore, I expect him to be back near the top in MVP voting again. I think we all are excited for Kellen Moore. Now, I will say this: don't say that ESPN overlooks the Brian Johnson thing, because it literally says in the blurb for Hurts where he finishes 13th, because they did a side note. Also of note, the Eagles' offense became stale as a whole, according to a high-ranking NFL team official, and the predictable offense attack affected Hurts' stock. So they did take it into account. Like, they recognized it.
I think the league recognizes it.
Brian Johnson doesn't have a
Brian Johnson
coordinator job.
Yeah, it was only 3 plays to recognize.
Yeah.
2 creams, 1 sugar. Just remember, Brian.
That's all he
2
gets.
creams, 1 sugar for Dan Quinn.
All right, give us a text, Connor.
All right, let's go ahead and pull up something on the rankings here. When Eddie from Camden checks in here, and he's talking quarterbacks, he says, we hate Justin Herbert the same way the league hates Jalen Hurts. Both better than the credit they receive. We don't understand how good Herbert is. Watch this year. And same with Hurts, putting the league on notice again this year.
I don't think Herbert stinks. I don't think Herbert has accomplished anything to deserve the recognition and the contract that he got.
That's what I don't understand.
Like Justin Herbert, if healthy and with a good I thought Brandon Staley has been the biggest issue for the Chargers. It has not been Justin Herbert. Okay?
You know who Herbert reminds me of? Tony Romo. Incredibly talented. Probably never going to win anything.
Romo won more.
Yes, Romo won more because the organization was better. But what drove me insane about Tony Romo is he got treated like an MVP candidate and never was one.
Right.
Okay.
And the talent's there, but it's not enough for how they get treated.
Right. I mean, look, I just don't think Herbert's accomplished anything. For him to be considered, again, he was 6th on this list.
See, that's incredible.
6th. It's amazing. All right, coming up next.
It's fantasy football, people.
Well, no, then Hurts would be higher.
I know, I'm saying.
Because Hurts does pretty well in that category. Coming up next, we reset the show. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas at 8:05. We get more of your reaction to today's topics. And John Kincade has a message for Nick Sirianni for his messaging to the team. And I think Sirianni should listen to everybody at this point. Because he might need even you, John. At this point, you listen to everybody when everybody wanted you fired at one point, Sirianni. All right, it's Kincade Salciunas. We come back next right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
8:30. Really looking forward to this. Thank you for hooking us up, Johnny. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, ESPN.com.
One of my favorites.
He's tremendous. He will be joining the show. He's been the guy that orchestrated these executive coaching and scouting polls of the top 10 players at individual positions across the NFL. So far, we have quarterback, we have interior offensive linemen, we have offensive tackles, we have tight ends, we have running backs. We still don't have wide receivers, and we all agree that
That's
we
going
believe
to be a good one for us.
Yeah, that they're going. Well, all of these have been good ones. I mean, Jalen Hurts
Right.
13th is disappointing.
Are we guaranteeing that we have 2 of the top 10?
No.
We have 1 in the top 10, and 1 will be at least an honorable mention.
Yeah, but Devontae Smith will not be top 10, I don't think.
I think he has a chance to back in at 10.
He
I
might
do. I
be.
think he has a. I think he has
Look,
a chance.
I think there's a
Tremendous.
lot of really
There
good
are.
receivers in
There
football
are.
right now.
And it's obvious. It's completely obvious that it's a more valued thing than it's ever been. I mean, wide receivers now, I think it just dwarfs running back as
Yeah.
far as interest and dedication
Yeah.
from teams.
So I'm going to miss some, but I'm literally just looking at the teams in the NFL, not even rosters, right? Dolphins, you have Tyreek Hill, he'll be in the top 10. CeeDee Lamb with the Cowboys. A.J. Brown with the Eagles. Jamar Chase with the Bengals. I don't know if Amari Cooper's in there, but
Justin Jefferson.
he should probably. Well, I haven't gotten to the.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Amon-Ra St. Brown will probably be in it with the Lions, or at least in the conversation. Justin Jefferson. We're at 6 already, and I didn't even mention Devontae Smith.
Is Devontae Adams still in there, even though his quarterback stinks?
No, he's got to be there, right?
He probably should be in there if we're doing this legit.
Is Cooper Kupp in there?
Yes, he has to be in there.
Right.
So that's it. That's at 8. So then, and I haven't mentioned DK Metcalf, who
Is like Garrett Wilson in there? He hasn't had Rodgers yet, but he's talented.
he'll probably be in the conversation.
There's just so many.
Yeah, there's a ton of great wide receivers. And I didn't even say Debo because I don't think Debo's all that good, but Brandon Ayuk might
But-
be even better.
Yeah.
And Ayuk
One of
might be
those
in the
guys
top.
will be
right.
in there.
Like one of those guys. So it's tough. I don't know if Devontae backs his way in, but he'll be an honorable mention. At least he should be.
He should be.
Right? Like I don't see why he wouldn't be. All right, so that's what we're reacting to, and our question today is whether or not you take much stock into it, because the Eagles so far in the positions that have been released have fared very well. Jalen Hurts 13th among quarterbacks, Lane Johnson 5th, Jordan Mailata 7th among tackles in whole, both left and right side.
Absolutely.
So they finished 5th and 7th among all tackles.
And I was surprised by that.
with Mailata.
Like, I was surprised. But Jordan Mailata is not that he's not that
No,
I
you
think
don't think he
not that I
stinks.
think he doesn't belong. But
Right.
Wow.
Landon Dickerson 6th among all interior linemen. That's guards, left and right, and center. Dallas Goedert 7th among tight ends. Saquon Barkley 4th among running backs. But then the rosters as a whole, there was an article that came out before all these votings. The Eagles finished 10th. So does individual talent, how much stock do you put into that? We'd love to hear from you on the phone line and the text line, 610-632-0975. In about 5 minutes, John's going to tell Nick Sirianni what the messaging should be during training
I
camp,
got a
which starts
warning for
1
Nick.
week from today.
I got a warning for Nick.
Well, you'll give that to us in about 5 minutes.
Yes.
But right now, it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What up, Connor?
What's up? I've got a warning for today's headlines.
What, for your ears?
Yeah, ear warning coming up here. We'll actually lead off with this one. So the Home Run Derby was last night down there in Arlington, Texas, at Globe Life Park. It was a great event, dramatic till the end. We'll have something more about the actual Derby, but the start was not the best. If you were late to getting to your television set, you missed an anthem.
Social media was buzzing.
Ingrid Andress, a country music singer, she sung the national anthem ahead of the Home Run Derby. And
Do we rise for this?
Yeah, please rise, remove your caps.
You're the one wearing a hat
All right,
today.
give me a second.
Remove your cap.
For arguably the worst national anthem we've ever heard at a major sporting event. Here's just a snippet.
And the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there.
Jeez, that is horrendous.
Thoughts, gentlemen?
Like, so it's wild because one of the national anthems considered worst ever was Roseanne Barr, right? But
Correct.
she's not a singer. Like, this person is a singer.
She's a 4-time Grammy nominee. I do not know her, by the way.
Also, what is it with All-Star games and All-Star events? Because the worst one, Fergie at the NBA All-Star
That
game was
one, I mean,
terrible,
literally,
too.
you keep on saying poor Alec Boehm got caught laughing. Both Eastern and Western Conference All-Stars were caught laughing at Fergie's.
I think she was last night. She did not look all there.
So
That young lady did not
told
look
us
all
she
there.
said she blamed.
She was jet
Jet
lagged or
lag.
something.
Now I got to tell you this. I've never heard anyone say they've been jet lagged going to the Central Time Zone.
Right. Who knows where
I've
she was
heard
at.
jet lagged when you're going to the West Coast, but even if she was coming from the West Coast, it's only a 2-hour difference.
I don't know,
I've
dude.
never heard
Especially it was at
anyone
night.
say
Like, it was what
Right,
time
she
was
had
the
all
anthem
day.
at? Probably 7:30?
she had all
Yeah,
day. It was
like
7:45 or 8. Yes. She had all day
You
to be
could
there.
fly me to Australia, and I could do a better anthem off the plane than
Yes.
she did last night.
Connor, you and I both made the bold thing that we could do a better job with a cappella.
Not only will I guarantee it, I'm glad to do it if anyone wants me to.
I would tell you that if John Brazier's listening,
And it's amazing. She didn't
we're
blame
willing to
like,
put it to the test.
she didn't blame like technology. Like, you know how sometimes the earpieces might reverberate.
Right,
and
she
like,
should have.
Yeah, she should
She
have
should have found something.
Yeah, going with the jet lag, like that's a
Weak
bull
excuse.
answer.
I mean, that was terrible.
It
that
was.
was a terrible job. She didn't look all there. If you look at the video,
Yeah.
her eyes, she looks, if she's tired or, I don't know.
The voice wasn't all there, but the event was...
Hey, she's coming to Ocean City, Maryland, October 4th.
Get
Really?
your tickets now.
She's
Good.
got a show
Oh, no.
tomorrow in Nashville. Is she better tomorrow?
Oh, she better be.
Thing is, I'm worried about Ocean City, Maryland. Like, I'm worried about the sound being
Getting
able
here?
to come up.
I think we'll be far enough away.
Does Candy Winters and the fine crew over at XTU, do you think she knows her?
Oh, definitely.
They probably do. She's probably been at the performance studio.
Then they have to give her a redo.
My question, does that keep you from going to one of her shows?
Absolutely.
Yes,
I would not.
absolutely.
If somebody said, hey, I have 2 tickets, would you like to go with me to see Ingrid Andress?
No.
I'd say, nah, man.
No.
I'm good.
Nah, I'm good. The answer
No.
would be nah. Let's move on to the actual event, okay? Because that is going on as long as the anthem, that conversation.
It was better than the anthem.
It definitely was. It was hard to be worse. Alec Boehm was better than the anthem as well, and he got a little bit saucy with the odds and what people thought he was going to do. Here's his reaction to making it to the second round. Listen carefully.
How about that is right. He just realized. Just like everyone thought.
Just like everyone thought.
I think he was being not spiking the football. I think he was being self-effacing. Like, how did you take that?
Oh, I took it as him spiking the football and doing whatever end zone dance he wants to do.
I'm going to tell you, I did not. I said yesterday to my daughter, I said I expect that he would not make it into the semifinal.
He had the most home runs in the first round.
You did?
I was
Yeah.
stunned.
I think
was
everybody
stunned.
was.
But, and I give the guy credit. I mean, look, he's a great hitter. It's just like he doesn't hit home runs.
He's a very timely hitter.
But a lot of people did say, I forget who said it, but people, Tom McCarthy maybe? What was it with Bob? Somebody said during BP, he's a guy that it's like the old Ichiro thing. Ichiro could hit a home run whenever he wanted to.
Yep.
It's just
Yeah.
he never tried to hit a home run.
Hey, maybe it was true. But bottom line, if it was spiking the football, he deserved it. He put on a show. Finally, we'll end up with a little bit of a conversation we've been having. You just posed the question again, Andrew, about these top 10 lists and how you evaluate them ahead of the NFL season.
Let me ask this question first. How much does this kind of stuff matter to you when you see a lot of your players in the top 10?
And obviously, this becomes more of a conversation with the collapse last year. And we've kind of brought this up, but this has long been my stance. And this is why these lists matter to me. Because I do believe largely they're more right than they're wrong. As much as we could debate the individual spots, it's rare that we see people on these top 10 lists that just totally don't have any right to be there. So it does show you have talent. And talent is still, it's not the most important thing, clearly, because coaching can undo talent. But if you believe you have the right coaches, this talent puts you in the upper echelon of the NFL.
If you have the right coach.
If you have the right coaches, yeah.
And
do you have the right coaches?
Yes, I believe we have the right coordinators. And I believe that the head coach will do the kind of things that he does best. which is create a positive work environment, try to make personal connections, things like that. Because when he was called on last year to save the offense, he couldn't do it.
He couldn't do it.
He'll stay out of the way.
So,
I
all
really
right,
do
in a
believe
couple
that.
minutes, we didn't get to that Schefter clip from last week when he talked about how good the defense could be this year, how stellar the defense could be. But speaking of the coaching and speaking of Sirianni, you want to give him a little message.
Yeah, I have a little message for Nick, Coach Sirianni, I should say. I know that I watched a team up close and personal try to regroup the season after the worst collapse in NFL history, 28-3. I watched Dan Quinn and his staff try to come back from a 28-3 blow in the Super Bowl and how they would approach the very first meeting, the very first practices. How were they going to get over that hump? One of the things that they did is they said once training camp started, that players and coaches would address it, would be willing to address it once, and then all questions would be denied. So I believe the Eagles and their fine PR staff should use the same strategy. That you say, we're going to go, we'll talk about last year once. Opening press conference. That's it.
One person or everybody one time?
No, everybody. Like if you want to ask questions, like this is the day for it.
Okay.
And then it's over. We are turning the page. It's next year. Here's where I think the Falcons at that time made a mistake. Even though the next year they were here and came very close to beating the Eagles. They didn't have a total collapse season. But I'm telling you, the weight of the previous season weighed them down. They discussed it way too much as players and everything as far as redemption and seeking redemption, and I think it weighed on them. They didn't even get a home playoff game. They played in L.A., they went and beat the Rams, and then they came to Philly and almost beat the Eagles. I would suggest to Nick Sirianni that any discussion of last year be off the books after the first day of training camp. And it not be discussed. It not be referenced. It not be you're doing a sit down with, you're at that point going to, Jeff McClain wants to talk about, you're not talking about last year. So you say to Jeff and you say to all the fine reporters and you say to the Adam Schefters, we're not talking about last year ever again. The book is closed. We are just talking about our future and looking ahead. I know for a fact, talking to players, that it weighed on them.
I'm sure it did.
The idea of redemption, we got to prove it. And that was a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl blown. That wasn't what the Eagles did at the end of the regular season. By the way, I consider what the Eagles did even worse because it occurred over a 2-month period.
Right, and it wasn't against Tom Brady.
It didn't occur.
And Bill Belichick.
It didn't occur over a 2-hour period. It occurred over a 2-month period.
Right,
and they couldn't stop the bleeding. So what I would suggest to Nick Sirianni is turn the page, coach, and make sure that everybody in your organization is mandated to turn the page in that conversation. I think they have the room to do it. I think they have the coaching staff to do it, and I think they can say that's a memory.
Now, I want to ask you guys this because while you were talking about that, it made me think because you talked about
that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to make you think.
did a great job with it.
Thank you.
How the Falcons' 28-3 collapse weighed on them the entire following season.
They
right?
talked about redemption. We're going to prove it to people without talking about the exact game, but we're proving it to people.
Last year, the expectations weighed on the Eagles. Clearly. I mean, Jeff McClain, when they were 10-1, said this is the most miserable 10-1 record or 10-1 locker room I've been a part of, right? Does the redemption year weigh more heavily than the expectations last year, or the expectations what really brought them down last season? Then when we saw what happened against the 49ers, once they lost.
Hang on. Let's also not pretend that last year was not the redemption year. Think about how close you were.
Yeah,
think about what happened.
That's a good
you
point.
feel like you might not have gotten a fair shake with the penalty. Jalen Hurts, the fumble. You had a good enough game to be right there at the end. Like, that could have been part of the equation of what turned the Eagles into what they were last year.
But last year you were on a freaking high because you were coming off a season where, yes, the end of that game, the Eagles team didn't blow the Super Bowl. Nobody talks about the Eagles blowing a Super Bowl except somebody who has an agenda. It's not talked about around NFL circles as, man, the Eagles blew that Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, we don't talk about it, but do you think there's players in that locker room that feel like they missed opportunities?
Absolutely. I think that Jalen Hurts really seriously has talked about it. I think he did talk about it on record.
Right.
As far as the mistake that he made that wasn't made by.
Like, it doesn't matter if we blame them. It matters if they blame themselves. And
not a bad point.
Compounded into what happened last year and the expectations.
Not a bad point.
But will the collapse carry over to this year?
I do not believe. The one thing is that, like, and Bill Colarulo and I would argue this. We've argued this incessantly. There was no Super Bowl hangover last year. It was ridiculous.
I completely agree. You can't start 10-1 and have a Super Bowl hangover.
You can't have a Super Bowl hangover in December.
I remember when Bill said that on the show,
Right.
and we were like, dude.
There's no Super Bowl hangover when it started the first Sunday in December, when you started 10-1.
Unless they did hair the dog for 11 weeks.
Exactly.
And then they finally stopped drinking.
Don't give Connor any ideas.
What, the 2018 Red Sox?
Right, I mean, it's
drinking in the bullpen?
It's that idea to me, though, that is there was no, and I respect the hell out of Bill's opinion on it and his point of view on it, but you don't have a hangover that starts later, that starts in December for a game that was played in February.
Right.
The hangover can't. And people, I think, hung on that crutch last year of, would there be a Super Bowl hangover? The Eagles did not have a Super Bowl hangover. They did not.
Yeah, I can't
They had a collapse.
Yeah,
and
they sure did.
You know what's funny is that the blind faith that I have that Nick Sirianni's going to turn this thing around and going to be successful is, like, I don't even hesitate at all that I think that this year is going to be.
See, I can't go blind faith with this.
I can't. No. I'm saying I'm thinking in my mind it's blind faith, because if anyone asks me how are the Eagles going to be this year, I don't even hesitate.
Oh, yeah, we say 12, 13 wins.
I think, so to me, that's a blind faith that this thing's going to get fixed. But it is much more on the coordinators.
Yes, it is much more on the coordinators. And that's why they will get the credit if things turn around.
Between Adam Schefter and his appreciation for what he thinks Vic Fangio is going to do.
Well, let's play that. Here was Shefty last week talking about how the defense could be stellar.
There's enough talent. Would they like to be more talent? Absolutely. Are they always looking? Sure. But they've added enough talent to where I think they could open the season, have a stellar defense, do what they need to do, get the type of pass rush they need. I think it's there. And Vic Fangio, I think, is the right guy right now at the right time.
All right, he's the right guy. He did say stellar. The pass rush is something that I worry about. That is my biggest concern, linebacker side, because we all have it with linebacker. Pass rush is my biggest concern, and that's because of how much we are putting on Bryce Huff, and Bryce Huff was not a full-time player.
I mean, I've never seen him play this many snaps.
Right.
I've never seen him be counted on to be the man.
So, speaking of defense,
yes.
Coming up next, we speak with Jeremy Fowler, who has been conducting these executive polls, the top 10 lists for each position in the NFL. He interviewed executives, coaches, and scouts, and they voted on everything. So every single day, it looks like they're dropping a different position. It started with the running backs, most recently quarterbacks. Off-ball linebackers come out today, wide receivers tomorrow, cornerbacks on the 18th. We'll speak with Jeremy Fowler next, but then later I want us to try to figure out where these other players could be if the Eagles have anybody defensively. We'll get into that as the show continues. But Jeremy Fowler has been conducting these interviews. Joins the show next. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A dramatic...
weekend. Hold on. I saved it. Steve and 3 of their friends, 2 different couples, took a Velo Airlines.
How about that?
And he says, I cannot wait to take it again.
Well, that's good.
From parking their car, it was 13 minutes to them sitting at their gate to leave. They were on time leaving and coming home. And he said, and to get off that plane and to walk out to their cars.
Right there.
Like not even a football field was amazing. He said, we will be a Velo customers again soon.
Love that.
Thanks for the recommendation. Listen to you guys every morning. Love the show. He says, sometimes I think Andrew's the crazy one, but more often than not, it's you.
And more often than not, I'm right.
He says, there we go.
Thank you to Avelo
Good job.
Airlines
Good job,
for presenting
Steve, too.
our 8 o'clock hour. Now, joining us on the Comcast Business Hotline, every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. He does a great job at ESPN, senior NFL national reporter.
Senior, too. I like that.
Yeah. And
he looks so youthful.
And we've been talking about him a lot yesterday, and now that you're back today with these executive coaches and scouting rankings, top 10 for individual positions. Jeremy Fowler joins us. Jeremy, good morning. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good to hear
We're
from you,
doing
Jeremy.
great. Thanks for coming on today. We've talked a lot about the list so far today. We did also yesterday as well. And I want to start with the biggest position, not just in the NFL, but in sports, and that's quarterback. And Jalen Hurts, last year I remember he was in the top 10. This year he falls out of it. He's an honorable mention, but in terms of order, it looks like he's 13th. He fell a little bit. Is that just because of the second half of last season, or is there more to it, Jeremy?
I would say mostly it's because of that. And, the nature of the voting can be fickle. It's a composite ranking, so as I'm reaching out to all these people, they give me their 1 through 10, and it's kind of like, how are you stacking these guys right now? If you're going to go out and try to win a season, or you're, picking at the kickball field, how would you order them? And that's sort of how it came out. And, the injury, whatever the knee issue was, there wasn't a lot of clarity during the season. It seemed to be minor, but a lot of people brought that up. They thought he just didn't look the same. He didn't look right. Trying to move around, dual threat ability wasn't the same. So it affected him. So I thought he would get more of a benefit of the doubt for that in the voting, but he didn't. It kind of hurt him. And then the Eagles' static offense last year and then just all the problems it had certainly did not help him. So he gets a pass a little bit for the ranking, I think. It's not really an indictment of the quarterback play necessarily, although it wasn't great. He looked like he put a lot of pressure on himself and, didn't quite work out. So certainly he can help his cause next year, I think. But some do view him as more of a, 6 to 13 guy, not necessarily a top 5 guy. So, but I think he could be back in the top 10 next year.
Do you believe in 2022 that he was a top 2 or 3 guy? The year they went to the Super Bowl? Or do you look at it as more as that team was?
He was close. I wouldn't put him in the top 3, no. Well, it depends. Did he put together a top 3 performance? Yes. Was he in the MVP race as a result? Yes. But by the end of the year, if I'm stacking quarterbacks based on how I would pick him, which I have my own opinion, I guess. I would have him fairly high. But I think if I'm leaning on this exercise, last year I want to say he was 6, which is really good. Considering how much of a golden age this kind of is right now for quarterbacks. And a lot of these guys, 27 years or younger, and it's loaded. And it's hard. I mean, look at Trevor Lawrence. He just got the highest paid quarterback, one of the highest paid quarterback contracts, and he's 16th. He dropped 8 spots this year. So it's a loaded field. It's hard to get that high. So the fact that he was 6 last year was really good and a testament to his play. Some do believe, some evaluators I've talked to believe that's probably his ceiling, 6. Is that fair? Maybe not. But that's kind of the feeling based on just all that you can do with maybe some other quarterbacks who, at the end of the game, can win the game a little more with their arm. The Mahomes, the Josh Allens of the world.
I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but the players that were in the top 10, you also listed the highest rank that they got from a voter and then the lowest rank. The honorable mentions, it does not mention their highest rank. I'm curious, do you know the highest ranking that Jalen Hurts may have received from one of the people that voted?
Yeah, 6 was the highest vote.
Okay, so 6.
Yeah, I'm looking here.
It is weird is that When you're looking at these quarterbacks and you talk to these evaluators and you hear about them, do you think that they look at it as a composite of their entire careers as to where they think they stack up? Do they think they look at it more as right now in the moment based on the past year? And do you give them any parameters of what they're supposed to rank them on?
For that reason, I try to keep the parameters pretty simple. Just, who are the best right now? I try, but I do warn and caution, let's not make this a reward for last year, because a lot of guys do go by that. And I've actually talked to others who say, well, I picked this guy because he's younger and on a cheaper contract. And I'll say, no, it's not contractual related. You can take that out, whether a guy's on a rookie deal or he makes $60 million. That doesn't matter for this exercise. So I do have some parameters like that. But I try to keep it really simple. I don't get into, 8 different criteria. Because, for the most part, I trust these guys and they know what the exercise is. And a lot of the same people I've been talking to on this for 5 or 6 years. And I have some that I trust more than others. But it all kind of works out. So, I look at Jalen Hurts. He had more votes than Tua, who was 14th. He had more top 10 votes. Tua had a top 5 vote, which helped him. But Hurts had more votes. But then Jordan Love had a decent amount more than Jalen Hurts. Jordan Love was 12. So it's all kind of it's an imperfect system, but it works out. Like Dak Prescott, he had a great year last year. He gets a lot of top 10 votes, but he doesn't get top 5 votes. So that's why Jared Goff was ahead of him.
We're speaking to Jeremy Fowler on the Comcast Business Hotline. Jeremy, what do you, and then the people that you speak to as well, how do people respect the quarterback play in the NFL right now? I mean, you have what could be another GOAT in Patrick Mahomes. We're just coming off of the Tom Brady era. But it just seems like, you just mentioned Trevor Lawrence is the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, and he finished 16th on your list. Justin Herbert is a top 5 paid quarterback. And I know that he is a prototype in terms of a quarterback you'd want, but he hasn't really accomplished much, whether that's his fault or the team's fault. But is quarterback play looked at highly right now across league circles?
I think so, especially in the AFC. It's considered, sort of a golden age right now. I would say that there are a lot of, young quarterbacks that are ripe to be champions, Super Bowl champions. They just, for whatever reason, nobody can unseat Mahomes right now. And I think that's partly why Joe Burrow gets a lot of credit in these exercises, because he has beaten Mahomes or has come really close to beating him a lot, more so than Josh Allen. But it's interesting. It's really deep. It's a very deep field, but at the same time, it's uncertain who's going to knock the Chiefs off and win the next Super Bowl. There's not a solid feeling of who's going to do that. Lamar's gotten better. He's only 27, but when he had a chance to beat him with his arm in the playoffs, didn't do it. Josh Allen, this is the first year I got some pushback on him. He's great. He's top 3, but, good God, the mistakes. The mistakes are just, the turnovers, the fumbles, the interceptions is just kind of getting out of hand. He's been in the league, 6 years now. So it's hard to know who's going to do it. There are only 4 active starting quarterbacks with the Super Bowl ring, and that's a lower number than it was 5 years ago when you had Big Ben, Drew Brees, Brady, to flesh that out. And now they're gone, and you need somebody to replace them.
Are you a believer that when you hear these conversations, you say, I trust some more than I trust others? Can you, without taking us and pointing out anybody that it is, could you say you trust the executives that you talk to more, the scouts you talk to more, the coaches you talk to more, that more align with what you're thinking? Who do you sort of see yourself aligning with most?
Yeah, I would say, so some people are in certain positions are probably a little more in tune with every position in the NFL on the pro side. Some guys are only college scouts, right?
Sure.
So now their opinions are valid, but they're not day-to-day in the trenches of the pro side. So I do try to lean that way. So that's kind of what I mean. And some people are, whether they're number 3 in their personnel department or number 2 or number 5, but they're day-to-day on the pro side and they understand it. And so they kind of have a feel for how the players should be ranked based on their opinions. That's kind of what I mean. Some of the coaches, I tend to lean more towards scouts than coaches because coaches can be good for certain things, but they tend to rely on. They don't always look for upside and traits and what a guy can be, which can be a good thing too. That's why you want the balance. They look for production who's going to help them win and fit a scheme, you know. But like how a guy can do a lot of things really matters more so than like the common media list that you see or the fans. Like, is a guy, quote, scheme transcendent, meaning like if you're a cornerback, you can put him in any scheme, you know, and he's going to be great, like a Patrick Surtain. That's why Surtain's usually really high in the corner rankings. So it's stuff like that, you know, you try to sort out. But that's why I try to reach out to a lot of different people, and it's scattershot, but you get different results. But, you know, I got like my go-to people that do this every year. They give me all 11 positions. You know, they're in the exclusive club, so to speak. They help me out, and that's great.
I will give you one compliment, and I love to give you compliments, but I'll give you a compliment that a NFL executive told me yesterday, that you are a perfect guy to conduct this because you're respected like that. How about that?
Oh, that's nice.
They don't say that nice? I won't tell you who he is, but
hey, man.
maybe on
I'll
text.
take it.
Maybe on text.
All right, Jeremy, last thing before we let you go.
I like that.
I'm curious. You've been doing this for a couple of years now. How much stock should we put into it in terms of the team? So the Eagles fared pretty well in this last year where they had a lot of guys offensively in the top 10. We saw the season played out, 10-1 start, and then a collapse where, you know, they barely showed up to a playoff game, it seemed. They're faring pretty well so far through what has been dropped, right? Hurts 13th, Saquon 4th.
Yep.
You have 2 tackles in the top 10. You have Landon Dickerson at 6. We assume there will be a wide receiver in the top 10 with A.J. Brown. Yep. How much stock do you normally put into this? Has there been a trend where you have seen teams fare well or fare not so well, but they perform well come regular season time when it really matters?
Yeah, I mean, star power in this case is indicative of success. Like that's, I really think that's where the frustration struggled last year and how things boiled over with the Eagles offense is you have all this talent. And so I do think there was a feeling, and I've talked to a few scouts about this that have pointed this out, they kind of felt like the Eagles rolled the ball out last year and be like, hey, what we do isn't broken. Let's not fix it. Let's go after it. And because of the talent they had, right? Like you can just mow people over. And that worked for a little bit, but, teams adjust and evolve and run a lot more motion than they do and all that fun stuff, right? So, but they have an exorbitant amount of talent still, even without Jason Kelce. I mean, Saquon top, 3 running back? I forget where he was, 3 or 4. A.J. Brown. Not to spoil it, but A.J. Brown will be a top 10 receiver.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We figured that.
Thanks for that spoiler. Breaking news.
Yeah, wherever Devontae Smith ranks, he's very, very good. So, like, his number doesn't really matter, but, like, he's, you got 2 studs. Dallas Goedert to top tight end, Mailata, Lane Johnson really high, Dickerson high. So we got 6, maybe 7 top 10 players out of 11. Like, that's crazy, right? I don't know that anybody else has that. So they still are at the elite in that area. Now the defense, not as much, and they're a little bit more in transition, but they obviously have young talent. So
right.
I really think that played into the frustration. But most teams, when I break it down, like San Fran always has a ton of guys. Detroit now has a ton of guys. Those teams that have the most top 10 players typically are among the best. I guess that's common sense, but it does translate for sure. And I do think that's why the Eagles were so frustrated last year. Like, we know we have a lot of good players.
Trust us,
we can't put this product on the field.
We were frustrated too, Jeremy. Listen, man, we appreciate as always. You do a tremendous job. We'll continue to follow this along as the next couple positions drop. We appreciate you always coming on.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
There he is.
There you go.
Jeremy Fowler from ESPN on the Comcast Business Hotline. Coming up next, we'll get to some of your text reaction, and I want to react to something that he said at the end there, which is why I didn't want Sirianni back. Maybe we'll have the audio ready. I got to kill about a minute. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The countdown to training camp is underway.
97.5 The Fanatic. Want to thank again Jeremy Fowler for joining us this past segment. You'll be able to hear that again on 97.5thefanatic.com. And as we predicted, A.J. Brown, little teaser, little spoiler. A.J.
he
Brown
gave
will
us
be in the
something
top
really
10.
juicy there. I
I'm
mean,
not
seriously.
surprised. I'm not surprised. I wonder, I'm curious how high up he is. Remember, I asked Shefty about this a couple of weeks ago. Remember, I had that, realization. It was one of my hazy nights. I was like, wow, A.J. Brown
Is that what you're calling them?
A.J. Brown might go down as one of the best wide receivers in Eagles franchise history.
I think he's going to go down as one of the best Eagles.
And you did say,
history.
you said that
I
same
take wide
day.
receiver out of it.
And so I got to think, A.J. Brown's probably at least top 5, right?
Yeah, he's definitely top 5.
Oh, he's definitely
Justin
top 5.
Jefferson will be number 1. No doubt, right? Justin
He
Jefferson
should
number
be.
1.
He should be number 1.
Yeah, probably.
It's almost like
Who do you think would be number 1?
Tyreek Hill's also going to be in the conversation.
Tyreek Hill's in the conversation.
I think Justin Jefferson's a lock at 1.
So do I.
Hill, Chase,
Yes.
A.J. Brown.
I think he's a 4. I think A.J. Brown's going to come in 4.
He might be higher.
He might be 3.
I'm trying to think who would be in that top 5 conversation.
I think CeeDee Lamb will get more
CeeDee
consideration
Lamb is getting
than you
ahead
expect.
of him. CeeDee Lamb will be ahead of him.
Of A.J. Brown?
Yes.
I don't think so.
So then what about Jamar?
Really, you don't?
No.
Wow, I think CeeDee Lamb will be ahead of him.
What about Jamar Chase and Tyreek Hill?
I think that it'll be
Because if you have him
Tyreek Hill.
4th, that's 5 now.
I think Chase is going to be behind him.
Okay.
I'm going to take a guess. Chase is 5, A.J. Brown's 4, and
Tyreek Hill's 3.
Tyreek Hill 2.
Sorry.
Probably go 2.
And CeeDee Lamb 3.
CeeDee Lamb 3.
I mean, he's going to be in the top 5, right? Like he
Yes, he's going to be in the top 5.
He has to be.
Also,
has to be.
Devontae's not going to be in the top 10. You could tell by
The way he
You
said
can tell
it.
by the way he said it because
doesn't matter what number he's at. He's good.
that's what I took away is that just the way he said that.
So he basically gave us 2 there.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So something else that he said that I wanted to play back for you guys. Because this is one of the reasons why I wanted to move on from Nick Sirianni. And I know somebody's
Sure.
probably listening going, oh my God, we're getting back to this. But once it's said again, I want to rehash something.
Okay.
So this was this was said by Nick Sirianni on Jeff McClain's podcast, Uncovering the Birds, when he said, we're not changing our offense. Why change something that works?
No question.
And I remember seeing that quote and going, yeah, you guys were really good last year, but as highly paid you are, there's high-paid defensive coordinators, defensive minds that have tape on your offense.
And off-season, these teams spend incessant hours
to try to figure things out.
Correct.
And I remember having a problem with it at the time. And look, they started 10-1. I didn't like the offense, but okay. Jeremy Fowler kind of said the same thing. Take a listen.
Star power in this case is indicative of success. I really think that's where the frustration struggled last year and how things boiled over with the Eagles offense is you have all this talent. And so I do think there was a feeling, and I've talked to a few scouts about this that have pointed this out, they kind of felt like the Eagles rolled the ball out last year and be like, hey, what we do isn't broken. Let's not fix it. Let's go after it. And because of the talent they had, right? You can just mow people over. And that worked for a little bit, but teams adjust and evolve and run a lot more motion than they do and all that fun stuff, right?
So he literally says people notice that they just kind of rolled the ball out there, did the exact same thing they had been doing. I love that he brought up the motion because remember Nick Sirianni scoffing whenever he was asked about motion.
We don't just motion motion.
We don't motion just to motion. Why would we do that?
And then he was so giddy talking about it that they're going to have motion in the offense this
He
year.
was so excited. Oh, Kellen Moore is everything as advertised.
And you see that?
And I go, wait, so you're just realizing that your entire offensive plan last year was wrong. And it wasn't necessarily bright to roll out an exact same offense that was predictable and had, I'm not saying gadgets like triple reverse throws downfield. I'm saying have a guy in motion so Jalen Hurts can see what the defense might be doing, whether it's man or zone.
They didn't, and if you get the all 22 part of the NFL app, they talk about all the time as the idea is when they do the analysis sessions. Motion just pressures a defense.
Absolutely.
And allows them gives them a moment of, we don't know what the hell they're doing, and it gives the quarterback a chance to decipher what they've got.
Like, I didn't think that was rocket science.
I don't either.
Dude, like, think about you have a running back in the backfield. Let's say you actually go under center. You fake a jet sweep, and then you hand it off to the running back. There is a linebacker that might bite on the fake jet sweep.
That's engaged.
I'm playing Madden, I do that. Like, this is real. The defense isn't in the mind of the offense. All right, that's it. I won't do any more.
It's
Nick
okay.
Sirianni. Maybe I will. We'll continue the show coming up next. We'd love to get your text reaction on today's topics. We'll reset the entire show coming your way next. Also, something unrelated to the Eagles, something really cool that ESPN's doing that I would never have the brain power to do. The All-Century Team quarter poll. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Bills are all-star ready. I'm Connor Thomas.
you had a safe drive into work today. One day you're back, I forget to wish people a safe drive into work.
By the way, I'm seeing the maps. It's red everywhere, I think,
Oh, is
because
it
of
really?
you. No, I'm teasing.
Well, Bob Cooney actually had a rough drive into work.
He did?
I was worried sick. 8:21 is when I always see him, and he was not out there. I called him. He was just pulling in. He said the traffic was abysmal today. I don't know why. Aren't city workers back?
They're back.
Like as of
They
this,
are back
as of this
yeah.
week, so that might be a big part
I
of it.
saw much hand wringing and crying and lamenting.
Listen, man,
we're being asked to go back to work.
Dude, people got used to it. I know.
Wait, it's okay to get used to it, but you didn't take a job that was a remote job. So whether the jobs weren't remote, the jobs that are coming back were not remote jobs.
I know somebody that is looking for other jobs now that their job is back.
That's fine. That's fine.
Because-
And you know what? Someone else will take their job. It's like just because we sat in our pajamas and worked at home doesn't mean that when the jobs come back, all of a sudden, well, we're going to make these pajama jobs now. No, we're not.
Except for us, we were what was the term? Essential. We were essential workers.
Oh, yeah.
Now the weird thing is, I was not here for it for 2020.
That's right.
Were you in studio
Yep.
Yes.
the whole time?
Yes.
Yep.
We were. I never, ever broadcast from home in 2020.
I had
Or otherwise.
a sheet of paper, a document, a government document that said like if the world were to be shut down,
You were,
and if
essential
I got
worker.
pulled over by a police officer, I remember Coach Camille gave all of us one. Like I
Yeah.
had to have it in my car in case, in the off chance that the world shut down. It was signed and documented by the state of Pennsylvania that I'm allowed
Yep,
to be
I
on.
had
I'm
one too.
allowed to be on the road.
I came up here. Moved up, January 1st of 2021,
Okay.
and there were things that I had to do in 2021 here that I didn't do in 2020 in
Oh,
Georgia.
yeah, different-
I mean,
listen, man, different
they were wide
states.
open. It was crazy, and
states.
thank God we're through it, and everybody's having a good time now.
One of my good friends was living in Florida at the time. Our lives were
Different world.
so much
No,
different.
different world.
So much different.
Like Liv went to school every day.
Right.
They went to school. The kids
crazy.
went to school, and they all survived.
All right, so coming up at about 9:10, ESPN. I can't believe, like, I just saw this, but it did come out
What's that?
yesterday. They're putting out the all 21st century list.
Okay, this is like, it's the All-Star Game week.
Yeah,
They know. They know that this is the week to get attention and traction on
I
this
just like
stuff.
this has to be so hard to put together. This is 24 years worth of sports. They did put together an all-century team for the 1900s. I think Michael Jordan was 1, Babe Ruth was 2. I'll
Correct.
pull it back up.
That's
Okay.
right.
Like, think about that. 100 years. So I will
Ali was 3.
right.
It's impossible to do for 100
It's so
years.
hard. But we'll see how many people have played in Philadelphia, because we have seen some talented people over the course of 24 years. And right now, 100 through 51 have been released. So we'll get to that come up in a few minutes. But if you're just tuning in, here's what we're talking about today. And have the text line there ready, Connor. You can text the show, call the show, 610-632-0975. The question today is, does it mean anything to you when you hear about the talent on the Eagles and how it's respected across the league? Jeremy Fowler, who we had on at 8:30, you can hear that again on 97.5thefanatic.com. He does this every year. He interviews executives, coaches, and scouts and has people vote for players with every individual position: quarterbacks, offensive linemen, tackles, interior linemen. He's going to get to the defense next week, or as this week continues. Off-ball linebacker actually just dropped in the last couple of minutes, so I'll tell
Okay.
you if the Eagles have any.
I think, spoiler alert, Jeremy didn't have to spoil that one for us.
So
Bottom 10? Think they could.
Well, I'll give you. There might be a nod to somebody.
No.
I'll tell you about that in a second. But the Eagles have fared very well offensively. Jalen Hurts is actually the lowest out of all the offensive players that have been marked in the top 10 or just outside. Jalen Hurts came in 13 13th among quarterbacks. Offensive tackles, Lane Johnson 5th, Jordan Mailata 7th. Interior offensive lineman, Landon Dickerson got 6th. Tight ends, Dallas Goedert got 7th. Running back, Saquon Barkley got 4th. My question for you is, because they fared very well in this last year, does it mean anything to you, or do you just want to wait and see how it looks first? Because they had all this talent last year, and they collapsed. What do we have on the text line there, Connor?
Yeah, Dawood from Northeast Philly
What up,
checks
Dawood?
in, and he says, guys, rank these debates from easiest to hardest. Biggie versus Tupac, Jordan versus LeBron, your current top 10 to 15 quarterbacks in order. Right. It's any way you do it, he does say. From 2 to whatever in your QB ranking, there are no correct answers.
Yeah, I think
Dawood.
that's true.
That was very funny.
And
Made me laugh.
And it's spot on.
I like that.
What else do we have, Connor?
We also have a check in here more on the Hurts thing. No name on this one, but they say, I don't see a strong argument for Jalen to be ranked lower than 4th. Mahomes is obvious.
Ooh.
Aaron Rodgers, although we haven't seen it in years, has a good argument. Josh Allen is, by the eye test, easily QB2. When talking about Lamar, I know he has the MVPs, but against Mahomes, he shrank. Jalen did not shrink in that moment.
Oh, okay. I was going to say a lot of people shrink against Patrick Mahomes.
And he's
Hurts is
got
not.
2 MVP seasons. That is 2-0 over Jalen Hurts. So there is no question that Lamar should be ahead of Jalen
Lamar
Hurts.
should be. I'm surprised he was 4th on that list. He should be 2.
I'm shocked that one there. Is there a name on that one? I'm sorry.
No name.
The idea that Josh Allen's a clear number 2, not in my book.
No, I mean, that
Josh
guy,
Allen Josh Allen is reckless with the football.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is where I would be very critical on what Jalen Hurts was last year. And you can't be reckless with the football.
Josh Allen has the ability
Yes.
to be a clear number 2.
Yeah.
But those decisions that he makes, the poor decisions that he makes, knocks him down a couple of pegs. Like,
I
he
think it
should not
certainly
be
does.
2. Yeah. I'm surprised that he was 3 on that list. I'm surprised that some moron, and I feel comfortable saying moron.
Is that you?
In the NFL voted him number 1.
I can't believe it. And it has to be somebody involved with Buffalo. That's my guess, is that I'm guessing that is somebody with a tie to the Bills organization, because there's nobody else that would ever tell you that Josh Allen is better than Patrick. Patrick Mahomes should never be. It should just be almost like he's taken out of the equation.
Right, absolutely. All right, so off-ball linebacker just dropped.
Okay.
Right after we spoke with Jeremy Fowler. So, no, there's not a single Eagle in the top 10.
Shocking.
Fred Warner, Roquan Smith, Matt Milano's 3 with the Bills, Patrick Queen 4th now with the Steelers.
I'm shocked at Queen being 4th.
I'm not. I think he's very talented. I just wasn't going to spend the money.
Okay, I wouldn't have paid
that he
15.
got. Pittsburgh
I'm not paying
gave him
$15 million.
No, 3-year, $41 million deal. I was not going to pay him
I wouldn't have paid that
money.
either.
Nick Bolton with the Chiefs comes 5th.
I like Bolton.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah with the Browns comes 6th.
Haven't watched him enough to comment.
Tremaine Edwards with the Bears is 7th. Demario Davis 8th with the Saints. I just remember Jalen Hurts juking him out of his shoes. Remember, that was one of the that was vintage Jalen Hurts, that move.
Yeah.
Dre Greenlaw 9th with the Niners, and Foyesade
What?
Aluakan with the Jaguars.
Well done. For you.
10th.
That's why you would never. That's why you weren't going to be an anchorman.
Yes, I would not do
You
well
would
with
just
that.
be really bad.
I just find it interesting. The Ravens, I know Queen's gone now, but the Ravens had 2 of the top 5 linebackers. They were in the AFC Championship game last year. The 49ers had 2 of the top 10 off-ball linebackers. They were in the Super Bowl last year. The Chiefs have a top 5 off-ball linebacker. They were in the Super Bowl last year. The Eagles just completely ignore the position.
I'm telling you.
It's amazing. No Eagles in the honorable mentions. However,
What?
in the also receiving votes category, Devin White
I can't believe it.
did also receive votes.
No, I can't believe it.
Congrats to Howie Roseman for being in the survey.
So if we were going to go, if I was going to go in order here, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, he would be 21st.
Hell yeah, baby.
21st out of 32.
Hang the banner.
Out of 32 teams, he'd be 21st. Some of these teams had 2 guys. So Devin White's in there. There you go. I do believe Zach Cunningham got an also received votes last year.
I can't believe it that Devin White's there.
He's there.
Now, Devin White, again, that's where somebody based it on, I guess, potential. Because you've seen it years
Right.
ago, and you're saying in a better position, he's going to in a better situation.
You
than
hope.
Vic Fangio.
You hope that he does.
But
well.
I thought he had a good coach. I think he had a really good coach in my Temple Al classmate. Taking care of business down in Tampa.
Oh, of course.
Come on.
All right, so ESPN's doing something really cool that we would not have the time, energy, or brain power, I believe, to try
Well,
to
brain
do.
power, you don't even have to say it.
They are putting together through the quarter pole of the century. And I can't wait for us to still be doing the show when the century is over.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Really? It's gonna be weekend at Bernie's.
I can't
gonna be
wait. I can't wait to see how the century plays out.
Yeah.
I'll be here.
We all will be, man.
Yeah, sure you will.
They are putting together through the quarter pole the all-century team. So I actually have the finale of the 20th century.
Okay.
It was Michael Jordan, Babe Ruth, Muhammad Ali, Jim Brown, Wayne Gretzky fifth, Jesse Owens, Jim Thorpe, PA, came in seventh,
I've been there.
Willie Mays, Jack Nicklaus, and Babe Didrikson.
That's a
Oh,
female.
of course.
She's female.
Babe Didrikson looks like a pole vaulter from
I
the
believe.
Olympics track
Yeah.
and field. You don't have the Didrikson jersey, Connor?
I don't think they wear jerseys.
So that
What do they wear?
They wear the bibs.
They
on
wear the
tracksuit,
bibs,
you don't
right?
have a
Yeah.
Didrikson bib?
Nope.
So that was your top 10 of the 20th century. So they are dropping the top 100 athletes since 2000. I don't know how they do this.
I
Like-
think it's really hard. I think that's really hard to do.
Like, do they have just one person in the lab right now?
No,
like,
they have
no,
a billion
no.
people, so all the write-ups have like the contributors listed, and
Okay.
then one person compiles.
So, like, this is hard. Like, they do the top 100 most popular athletes. That's easy because they do Google searches and Twitter followers and all
Yes,
that kind of
yes,
stuff.
yes.
This is based off of accomplishment and careers, right? So, Charles Woodson, great, defensive player for the Raiders, he comes in at 100. Ed Reed's at 99. He's considered one of the greatest safeties in the history of the NFL, and he's 99.
I
So
think
that tells
safety's-
you how hard this will be.
Plus, I think safety's an undervalued position,
Probably true.
which is one of the reasons
But
why
he played in an era when it wasn't undervalued.
Which
He
is
also
one of the
played
reasons.
corner.
Yeah, one of the
That's
reasons
true.
we don't have Kyle Hamilton here.
Yeah, I know. Don't tell me about it. Connor McDavid, 98. Virat Kohli, cricket player, 97.
Oh, I think that's totally wrong. He should be in the top 5.
Oh,
Yeah, you're a big cricket
Big
guy, aren't
cricket
you,
guy.
Johnny?
Hey, I'm married to a Jamaican woman.
there you go.
They're big into cricket in Jamaica.
Darrell Revis, 96th.
Wow.
Zlatan.
Whoa, wow. Darrell Revis isn't a. I think Ed Reed's a better football player than Darrell Revis.
Oh, hey, Revis Island, man. There's
got
the
you.
islands named
I got you.
off them. Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
What was that?
Soccer.
That's Zlatan
your cousin?
Ibrahimovic, my guy.
Did you just stay at his
I
house?
don't watch soccer.
You know, does
though.
Zlatan?
I don't watch soccer, dude. He's 95th. Ronaldinho, I know him. He's got highlight films. Ronaldinho's 94. So I'll just kind of skip ahead. There are a couple of players that have played in Philadelphia sports.
People actually know. Okay, go on.
Yeah. Roy Halladay is 88th on this list. By the way, I shouldn't skip over him. Coming in at 92 is Pedro Martinez. He did play for the Phillies.
Former Philly great.
Former Philly great, number 92 on this list. Roy Halladay, 88.
Wow.
We go to Bryce Harper, all the way up to 79.
Whoa.
That's cool. Like,
Yes.
That is
you're
cool.
telling me in 24 years of not just baseball, basketball, hockey, and soccer, also cricket,
Right.
Olympics,
Yeah, everything.
boxing,
Uh-huh.
soccer.
Uh-huh.
Bryce Harper is the 79th best athlete of the 21st century.
Okay.
That's pretty cool.
It's awesome.
Pretty good.
Now you get some boxers, you get some other like Mookie Betts is at 72. James Harden.
You put Mookie Betts 7 spots ahead of Bryce Harper?
It's hard. This is why this is hard.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Do
Like,
you?
He's a
Mookie's won.
World Series
That's the
champion
thing.
with the
He's
Boston
won.
Red Sox. He's
Okay,
also
well
won
then,
an MVP.
I got you.
James Harden comes in 67.
Oh, my gosh. I'm done with this list. I'm absolutely freaking
he's a
done
top
with this.
he's a top 75
exactly.
player.
If I hear this one more time, I'm going to vomit.
He's a great basketball player.
incredible
Yes, he's a
basketball
great
He's an
stats
incredible basketball player.
Great stats compiler. Very good. Now, again, so winning does – the thing is, here's what bothers me. They give Mookie Betts 72 over Harper because winning matters.
Well-
James Harden can't do anything when it matters.
He can win MVP. He can win scoring
No,
titles.
when it matters
He can
is
be first
playoffs.
team.
Postseason is when it matters.
Right, but there has to be a balance to all of these accomplishments.
Well, that's
individual accomplishments is still great.
But I thought we heard about winning if it's Mookie Betts. Because I got to tell you, Mookie Betts, Bryce Harper's a coin flip for me.
You have to evaluate both. It is a coin flip talent-wise. It's probably a coin flip individual accomplishments, but the difference is Mookie won, Harper is not.
Wow.
Right. I think that's what it comes down to. And
Is
Harden
Ed Reed is 98 on this list, and
Yeah.
and James Harden's 67.
James Harden, first ballot Hall of Famer, man.
Is Ed Reed a
And
top
Ed Reed-
75
Ed Reed
football
was-
player
It's
of all time?
fantastic.
That's a great question. I don't know.
Because I
mean,
don't know that
seriously.
he is.
Wow. Look, great stats compiling. Never won a damn thing and never even
That's
sniffed
true.
it.
So the highest one so far is 51. Steve Nash is 51st on this list.
Gosh, that seems high to me. Way high for Steve
Again,
Nash.
he never won a championship.
I'm going to say that seems really
Hall of
this seems-
Famer, top 75 player, 2-time MVP,
This
8-time
seems
All-Star.
NBA biased. This seems like an NBA biased list. I got to tell you.
By the way, you know what's amazing? Adrian Beltre,
Yeah.
one spot higher than Derek Jeter, which
I think they're coin flip players.
The thing you've got to remember as well with these guys,
Derek
they
Jeter
make a
won a
note
million
in
World
the
Series.
list. He did, but they make a note in this list. It's accomplishment 2000 and on. So anything they did prior to 2000 in their career is not counted as part of the equation.
But his team-
dude, they won how many World Series after 2000?
I understand. I'm just saying.
Probably won four more, didn't he?
They won
Two-time World Series champions in 2000.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, so-
I mean, but to me, wow. Like Yankee fans will scream at me for it. But that's like world championships are team accomplishments.
Yeah,
Absolute
and then they
team
go, oh,
accomplishments.
he was the captain and blah,
Oh,
blah,
El
blah.
Capitan, stop with that.
But, I guess it's not surprising because Adrian Beltre had over 3,000 hits. Jeter
he's an
did.
amazing player. So was Jeter.
Well, fifth most since 2000. Again, this is since 2000.
Exactly. That's
Right,
why it's
exactly.
different. Yeah.
Okay. Ovechkin is 54th, by the way, on this list. And there's a lot
Amazing
of soccer players, a couple football players. J.J. Watt, 58. Calvin Johnson, 57.
I think that's way high.
Wait, what?
J.J. Watt's
JJ
considered one of the greatest.
Oh, J.J. Watt's unbelievable.
Yeah, dude. He's
58?
yes.
Multiple time defensive player of the year, right? He scored offensive touchdowns. He was
No, he was
This
fantastic
isn't J.J. Watt versus Reggie White. This is J.J. Watt
Okay.
since 2000. Yeah,
Okay. He's a fantastic player. I mean, amazing player.
And look, there's going to be guys higher than him. Like, I imagine Strahan might be
Oh, my God.
high on this list,
I don't
right?
know if Strahan did enough
Straight
post
can't
2000.
be. He better not be. I mean, he
When
better
did he
not
break?
be.
When did he break the sack record?
He broke the sack record in the
In the 2000s, right?
Yeah, no, would have had to.
And
have been.
Yeah, it was like 03?
And a
No.
Super Bowl
06?
Super Bowl champion. 2001, he had 22 and a half sacks.
2001. No, he can't be. He just can't be.
Why
Man.
can't he be?
Dude, he might be yet. He broke a sack record. He one time or two-time Super Bowl champion.
I forget if he was on that second team.
No, 11 was the second time they won.
Yeah.
So no, he won in 07.
He put up with Kelly Ripa all those years. That's got to count for something.
Super Bowl. I mean, he might be on this list for all we know.
No. Oh my gosh, I hate this list. I couldn't hate this list worse. I honestly couldn't hate it
Now
worse.
this-
It's only halfway done.
Now
and I think
this
it's
one,
NBA, and I think it's an NBA biased list.
this one, when the century's done and we're doing the show together, when we're doing the show. When we're doing this.
This better be a seance.
Well, we're gonna chop your head off like Ted Williams.
like Ted Williams?
Yeah, we'll get you back.
when
Don't you worry.
when he told me on the putting green, please don't bother me when I'm putting.
Oh, well, I don't blame him.
I'll never forgive him.
Don't bother me when I'm putting.
I'll never forgive him.
Otani. So again, when this is all said and done, he's 62nd on this list. He might be top 10 when this is
Oh
done.
my gosh.
Well, again, he's only
I
been
got
playing
you.
for a couple
Him
of
and
years
Paul
now.
Skeens, 1-2.
Hey, dude, maybe. But I find this stuff fun. It's barroom discussion, and it's crazy because it's all kinds of sports. But I think it's kind of cool that Bryce Harper is 79th on this list. All right, we continue the conversation. We get more of your reactions to today's topics. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday. Today's Tuesday.
It's
right?
Tuesday.
It's
Proud of
Tuesday
you.
morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Zone.
Fanatic. We'll get back to our Eagles discussion, your texts and your calls in a minute. But, Connor comes in here. We were just talking about that all-century team list. And, he comes in here and goes, yeah, who do you think's going to be number one? And I just, immediately say, oh, LeBron. And he goes, yeah, what, you forget about Tom Brady? And then he starts rattling off names. This is going to be really hard, man. Thank God we're not the ones doing it. ESPN, the way they wrote the article before they even dropped the names, they said, that's easy. It has to be Tom Brady, right? Blah, 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 blah. Well, except there's Lionel Messi. Except there's LeBron James. What about Serena Williams, winner of 23 Grand Slam titles?
Serena's right there in that conversation. LeBron is huge.
Same with Roger Federer from the sport of tennis.
Federer, too. Messi.
Rafael Nadal. Novak Djokovic.
Tiger Woods. Michael Phelps and Usain Bolt.
No, it's crazy.
It's amazing.
No, they're going to find a way
Simone
to put
Biles.
They're going to find a way to put 8 NBA guys in the top 15.
No, they're not going to. They're not going to do that.
This is an NBA bias list.
Well, the original one wasn't.
This one is.
Michael Jordan was the only NBA player in the top 10 of the original.
I'd be surprised if anyone besides LeBron James is in the top 10.
Who would be the next? Who is the next
basketball player?
Steph Curry.
It's got.
Oh, for this list or the one that came out before? Because the one that came out before, the next basketball player is Wilt Chamberlain at 13.
How about Kobe or Shaq?
Nah, it's Steph, dude.
No?
See, I know Kobe and Shaq, but
I don't know.
It's probably Steph.
Well, if you're saying athlete, I'm not being rude. I'm not being rude to Shaq.
No,
I don't think he's going to get the same. If depending on what you put the word.
Steph Curry's the greatest shooter in the history of the NBA and won how many titles? 4?
Yeah, but plus with Kobe and Shaq, part of their careers are prior to 2000.
Right, that's a big part of it. But no, Kobe won.
Kobe not a lot.
Kobe won what? 4 titles
in the 2000s.
I know, but even if it's not a lot, part of their careers you got to take away their accomplishments. Steph Curry revolutionized the game, became part of a dynasty, kind of created one on his own, and did that all in the 2000s. It's going to be him,
dude. Kobe only played 4 years of his how many year career outside of.
Listen,
he played 16 seasons in this century.
I got you. There are people who would put Kobe with all 20 of his seasons behind Steph Curry. So you take 4 of those away, he's definitely behind Steph Curry. Sorry.
Wow.
I
don't know that everybody.
Would you like to place a wager
on what it'll be?
On who will be higher on the list, Kobe or Steph?
I think Kobe's considered the better basketball player. I think that he is the better skill set.
Let's make a bet. You guys can both owe me a hoagie.
Okay, I'll bet you a hoagie.
Andy?
I'll bet him a hoagie.
I'll bet you 2 hoagies.
So is that 3 total
You
hoagies?
got 3 total hoagies.
All right,
you know what's wild?
And I'll get you a Lorenzo's.
Lunch for a week.
Out of Westchester. That'll be a hoagie that'll knock you over the head.
How many MVPs do you think Kobe Bryant won?
3.
2?
About 1.
Oh, really?
Well, Shaq has 1 too, right?
It's amazing. Steph's a 2-time MVP back-to-back years. Kobe Bryant won 1 MVP, but I agree with you, John. I think the overall career, Kobe Bryant gets the edge.
Gets the edge, yes.
How many titles did Steph win? 4-time NBA champion. Kobe Bryant, we know it was at least 5, right? 5-time NBA champion. I'm just trying to figure out when the first year was. Their first title. Wasn't the first title when they beat the Sixers?
Was 01 their first?
Let me double check.
I don't know. Listen, I'm not saying
03 was the Pistons.
So the first champion. Now here's an interesting thought. The first championship that he won, that Kobe Bryant won, was the 99-2000 season. So he won it
in 2000.
In 2000,
but that's not this century. Should be 2001.
No, it's 2000. It's since 2000.
Yeah, I think
okay, well, that's incorrect.
Yeah,
well, I know we're playing. Okay, John.
No. It's. I'm serious.
Oh, right, they're the ones doing it. Yeah, they're the ones doing it.
I understand. So they're only counting 99 years of the last century?
Yeah, it ended.
I don't know.
Whatever, John.
It begins in 1. It begins in year 1.
Let's go to Ben in Montgomery.
My gosh, and it ends in year 100. What's the problem?
Benny, what's up, man?
How are you?
What's up, Benny, our Eagles autism champion? What's going on, brother? How have you been?
Pittsburgh this week. I'm driving out by myself.
Are you really? You're going to go see the Phils?
Phillies, Pirates, yeah. I'm driving out. I'm going to Knoebels. I bet you people can make basketball shots at Knoebels. I'm just kidding.
I bet you could, Benny. Yeah, you got some height to you, Ben. You know, you could probably be a beast down the paint.
I love it. I used to play special Olympics basketball,
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. But yeah, I am excited. I'm going on a trip, and I'm going to rep my Eagles gear. I'm going to rep my Phillies gear.
Why are you bringing Eagles gear in Pittsburgh?
Hey, just say, go Birds.
Yeah. I'm going to say go Eagles. I'm going to go E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles, go Birds.
Benny, you're the man. I always love hearing from you.
Enjoy your trip.
Yeah, of course you rock the Birds gear out in Pittsburgh.
No. But I hope he doesn't wear Birds gear to a Phillies game.
No, you change.
Probably
You do
around.
not do that.
You change into the game.
Eagles gear around the city.
That's fine.
Phillies gear to the game.
I got no problem with that. You're going to breakfast. You're going out there at breakfast. Put on your Birds hat or T-shirt. But when you're going to the game, I hate seeing. You talk about things that get under. What was that yesterday you were doing? Things that get. Oh, it's because of the long season.
Over a long season.
But I'm saying, is that something that gets under any season? The Eagles jersey at a Sixers game. The Eagles jersey at a Phillies.
All right, let me ask you, because I have done this. When the Phillies were in Red October and the Eagles were undefeated, I went Phillies jersey, but I went Eagles cap. Eagles were undefeated.
At a Phillies playoff game?
Yeah, I had the Phillies jersey. The jersey was the predominant.
No, it's a
I think that's
accessory.
fair.
See, I think it's a Phillies moment. That's just me. I think it's a Phillies moment. It's the Phillies are in the postseason.
Yeah, the Phillies moment in which they showed Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman on the big screen in between innings, and they got a standing ovation.
And it was awesome.
Howie got booed, which was weird, but Nick Sirianni got a standing ovation.
It was fine.
So as much of it being
And
the Phillies moment.
The Eagles were 4-0 or 5-0 at the time.
No, I think it was even more.
More than that. They were in like week 7 or 8
because they got
against
the standing
Texans.
ovation. They got the standing ovation against the Braves.
It was the Braves bat
series,
spike,
which would have been like the second week of October.
All right, so
They
were
couldn't
like,
have been more.
yeah,
Eagles
you're
were like
right.
5-0 too early. It's a Phillies moment. Give the Phillies their time.
Yeah, but the Phillies themselves gave the Eagles a moment by showing Howie
No, they gave
and
them
Sirianni.
but they were there wearing Phillies gear. They weren't there wearing Eagles stuff.
I don't remember what Howie
No,
Roseman
they were
was
there wearing. Come
Sirianni,
on.
was definitely wearing a Philly shirt. I don't know what Howie was rocking.
Oh my God.
I don't know what Howie was wearing.
They were not.
at the
No,
time.
they were. If they weren't wearing Eagles gear. I promise you that. They were not wearing when Fletcher Cox was at the game. They were not wearing Eagles gear. They're at a Phillies postseason game. You sport the team you're at. I think it's a violation.
I
on your
think you
part.
can rock
To
the
go
cap.
Phillies jersey, Eagles cap is a violation.
Yeah, at a Phillies postseason game, yes. It's red October, not red and green October.
It was a gray hat though.
It's
so
red
I
October.
fit in pretty
Now,
well.
if you're talking about going to get, again, you're in your neighborhood going to get breakfast, completely cool. That's no issue. You're running out to the Wawa, you're doing something, fine, no problem at all. But mixing it.
Now
I don't know. They got dudes out in right field dressed like marshmallows.
Yeah,
and
You're wearing a
Power
Phillies hat.
Rangers
You're wearing
and stuff.
Would you
I'm
wear?
fine with
Would
it.
you wear a Phillies hat at an Eagles postseason game?
Well, no, because the Phillies would not be playing. They'd be be prepared to go.
The Eagles could have been
Clearwater.
The Eagles could have been no more than 5-0 at that point.
Okay, that's
I mean,
5-0. I still celebrate that.
understand.
They get the cap.
Give the team their
5-0 is a cap. That's cap worthy.
Give the team their
5-0.
moment. Give them
Now-
at the game itself.
I feel bad. I got to apologize to the Flyers. I did them a
Why?
disservice. I repped something Phillies, Eagles, and Sixers related while I was abroad in Lithuania. I did
Nothing
not,
Flyers?
I did not rep anything Flyers.
I'm disappointed in you.
I'm
because
disappointed myself.
I bet you there were some people over there that would know the Flyers logo.
Probably.
That would know the Flyers logo. That would know.
I remember I rocked the Eagles shirt. That's when I did the Go Birds,
It's
and
awesome.
the person didn't speak English, so they didn't know what I said.
I don't know, though. You got to be careful because there might be a KHL fan that was like, oh, we've got Michkov for one more year.
Yeah, you're right.
And then they see the Flyers.
Look, Lithuania's
logo.
not too far.
I got a.
They're not too far from there, so you're right.
I had an Eagles polo shirt for dinner the other night in Front Royal, Virginia,
Okay.
at a restaurant called Element, which I would say try it if you're going. And I'm wearing my Eagles polo, and I got 2 Go Birds
Oh, love that.
in Front
listen,
Royal,
man.
Virginia, which is 200 and some miles away. 2 Go Birds.
Eagles travel. Those
They
Eagles
do.
travel.
They do.
All right, last thing before we get to our key 3 and our Bob Cooney crossover, which I always love. I was wondering if you were going to bring it up in headlines, so you didn't do it. So I'll the floor is yours, John.
What is it?
What were the numbers for Bronny James in the summer league
Yeah,
so
Bronny
far?
scored another 2 points. Bronny is 0 for 4. Here's a good one for you. Bronny's 0 for 14 from three-point range with 9 air balls. And
That's not good.
it's bad. The percentage of air ball threes in the NBA, he is really not on pace for. It's terrible. But I was, what's really good about it is that Bronny got $8 million from the Lakers or from his dad. His dad got him $8 million.
Well, over how many years?
Over 4 years.
Yeah, that's what Bona got.
Yeah, but he's an actual player. Bronny James is not an NBA player.
Well, second round. They're both second round picks.
He is not able to compete. He is not able to compete at this point. Now, 2 years from now, maybe, when he should have gone back to college and done that. But Daddy's Jobs program had got him an $8 million paycheck. And he is horrendous.
All right, I got to ask.
But you know what? No one will have the balls to say it. On NBA TV, they won't say it. A few people will. And I will give at ESPN, and I'm drawing a blank on the beard.
Kendrick Perkins.
Kendrick Perkins is the only guy
that has
the guts to keep saying it.
Now, let me
and
ask
he
you,
keeps
John.
pointing it out.
And I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Where was this for Thanasis Antetokounmpo?
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah, he shouldn't be in the NBA.
That dude
either.
can't dribble.
That guy
he
can't do anything.
shoot. He cannot play it. He's been on the Milwaukee Bucks roster.
And wasn't he? No,
he's the Garrett Stubbs of the Milwaukee Bucks.
I may be wrong of this, but wasn't he drafted by the Knicks and played with the Knicks? Or am I wrong?
I don't think so.
There's 3 of them, so I
No,
don't know
okay, maybe I'm wrong.
But I don't believe
Well,
he's
I mean,
played
it's-
anywhere besides
Right.
All right, Thanasis played 2 games for the Knicks.
Oh, so he was a Knicks guy.
In 2015-16. Before that, he was in what was formerly known as the D League, now the
Okay.
G League. Then he went to Spain, Greece for 2 years, and has been with his brother in Milwaukee for 5 seasons now.
And he went to Spain and Greece and performed? Showed he could compete?
I don't know.
Not
Because
by-
I'll tell you this,
not by
even
these standards.
in summer, if you can't compete in summer league,
He can't dribble,
Dude,
John.
Thanasis never averaged more than 8 points a game abroad.
well, that's 4 times as much as Bronny. There you go.
probably true. All right, coming up next, Kincade and Salciunas Key 3, followed by our crossover with Bob Cooney right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Kincade and Salciunas. Weekday morning 6 to 10. Conversations that will...
break. By the way, in less than a week now, because it is 9:46, but next Tuesday, July 23rd at 9 a.m., we have an online ticket rate for FanFest, which is coming your way September 28th. It's a Saturday. It's at Xfinity Live, presented by our friends at FanDuel Sportsbook. Biggest part of the year for Philadelphia sports fan. You can check out all the information at 975thefanatic.com. But 1 week from today, less than, because it's at 9 a.m., Tuesday, July 23rd, online ticket rate for FanFest. It is time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Let me ask this question first. How much does this kind of stuff matter to you when you see a lot of your players in the top 10? So yesterday there was a lot of discourse because people were upset that Jalen Hurts was not in the top 10. And people do the whole, oh, what do these lists matter? He should be in the top 10. This is a ridiculous list. I'm going to ignore it. But we celebrate when some of the Eagles players are in the top 10. Spoiler alert, there are players inside the top 10 of the list that I've mentioned so far. So we celebrate it when it's a good thing for the Eagles, but we poo-poo it when it doesn't have one of the Eagles in the top 10.
We love these lists. I reached out to a high-ranking NFL executive yesterday of a team, and I asked him, first of all, what do you think of this list? And I asked about Jalen Hurts, because I was the same way, confused a little bit by...
Right.
He said, remember this, and I think that this is something really interesting to think about. Many executives passed on Jalen Hurts. True. So what do we do in life about opinions as talk show hosts? We many times will try to find supporting documentation to what we believe.
Right.
Or to what we think. He said, so if an executive passed on Jalen Hurts, they most likely are going to write it off as, yeah, Hurts has had one good year. What are we talking about here? He's had one good year. Whereas others will look at it and say, objectively go, that liked Hurts, will say, yeah, I mean, Hurts is in my top 10.
Now joining us, he does a great job at ESPN, senior NFL national reporter. Jeremy Fowler joins us. Jeremy, good morning. How you doing?
Star power in this case is indicative of success. Like, I really think that's where the frustration struggled last year and how things boiled over with the Eagles offense is you have all this talent. And so I do think there was a feeling, and I've talked to a few scouts about this that have pointed this out, they kind of felt like the Eagles rolled the ball out last year and be like, hey, what we do isn't broken. Let's not fix it. Let's go after it. And because of the talent they had, right? Like, you can just mow people over. And that worked for a little bit, but, teams adjust and evolve and run a lot more motion than they do and all that fun stuff, right?
So what I want to figure out today is how much this matters to you when you see a player from the Eagles on the top 10 of something or just outside of the top 10 of something. My question is whether or not this matters. We all know that talent absolutely matters. The Eagles had a lot of players in the top 10 of the respective positions from last year's poll. Like, they do this every single year.
Absolutely.
So last year when they did this, Jalen Hurts was, I think in the top 5. Darius Slay was in the top 10. Jason Kelce was, if not number 1, number 2 for centers, right? There were a lot of players for the Eagles in the top 10 on mainly offense, not so much defense. And what happened? They are 10-1. The talent prevailed, and then the talent did nothing because they end up going 1-7 the rest of the stretch and get embarrassed in a playoff game. Talent, to me, is still the most important thing. But you need to also have a good coach. You need to have a good team around them. And we see that sometimes talent doesn't always prevail. John, when you hear, and I'll tell you the rankings for some of these players, that the Eagles have a lot of players in the top 10, does that make you feel good going into the 2024 season? Or does that make you go, all right, well, let me see how it actually all comes together? Because last year they were in a similar boat.
Well, first off, I'm not surprised they got a bunch of people in the top 10. And honestly, is what we expect them to be, 11-win team. I think all of us can sort of agree that 11 would be the floor of where we expect them to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
And anything above is great. They should have a lot of players in the top 10. But I'm not really concerned with other people's talent evaluation as much as I am saying, what does the league collectively think? It definitely interests me.
Right.
It interests me
Well,
because
I think
there's
Cowboys.
enough votes.
So collectively, do we trust the Eagles' talent to be able to bounce back and have a great season? For one, I imagine it just leads to more pressure and leads to higher expectations, as it should. Like, if you have all this talent, that you should have high expectations. We should end up having the Super Bowl conversation, even though we've been hesitant to do that because of what happened last year. But with all that talent, I sit here and go, all right, well, you guys better prove it, because they do have it. All right, that's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Just want to let you guys know that garbage trucks pick up poopy.
That is reporting by Cooper Salciunas.
Yes, my mom is watching Cooper today, and I just got a video from my mom, and Cooper wanted to let you guys all know, because today's trash day in our neighborhood, that garbage trucks pick up poop. poopy.
Bob didn't know, so this is really good. This helps.
You got to get that kid out more, man. What the hell is going
He
on
loves
over
the
there?
trucks, though, right?
Oh, big fan.
Loves the trucks.
John got him another car. Thank
got
you
a car
very much.
now,
He's
so he
gonna.
can-
He'll play with that one too. Trust me.
Like the Mach 5, I wanted to play with it.
It looked cool, Bobby. What we
What's
got
up,
going?
boys?
What do we got
Hi,
going
Robert.
on?
How's
everything going,
Any
all
other
right?
life lessons that you can give us?
Garbage
Glad
trucks.
to hear about the garbage trucks. Cool. I'm not sure the garbage men are all that happy about it, but
This has got to be hard.
I'll tell you,
John.
I used to love doing that when I was a little kid. Watching when I was growing up, it was Saturday mornings, watching the garbage
he
trucks come
loves it, dude.
because a friend of ours up the street, obviously older than me, but a big family up the street, one of their sons was on the garbage truck, so it'd be like
okay.
a treat when he was on there. Like, woo, this is cool.
There he is.
But,
Can
yeah.
you imagine the people that are out there listening to our station all day long? The UPS guys, the guys who are on the roof, roofers who might listen, guys who are doing yard work. Like you did 2 hours
I did
yesterday.
2
Bob
hours.
loves the sweat.
I did 2 hours of yard work yesterday, and the first thing I did when I got home was, or when I was done, I was like, oh man, at least I get to go inside. I thought about the guys that then have to go to the next job.
Yeah,
and the next job.
And listening, and the thing is, though, a lot of times, you can listen. We have a UPS guy that literally listens to us every day, listens
That's
to our
cool.
station. So you'll hear something. I'll be hearing, here's Bob Cooney's voice coming out of the UPS truck, making deliveries. And they listen. Those things are like hot boxes.
Sounds like a
Yeah,
nightmare
it's
delivery.
tough. A buddy of mine, to one of my good friends has, their family has a bread company and he's delivering bread. Like it's
gosh.
hard. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know. So
be
you got to
careful
start
today.
early. Yeah, you got to be careful and help out anybody. You see somebody on the,
absolutely.
outside working, get them some Gatorade, get them something real good, and
Love it.
help each other out. But yeah, we got Ray Dunn, guest
Nice.
hosting all day today. So he's all pumped up. Yesterday he had 2 cups of coffee. I could barely keep him in the chair.
Oh my God,
I
really?
think
Yeah,
B-Gun was trying. I heard a little bit on my way back from the mall. I think B-Gun was trying to upstage Ray Dunn a couple times.
Yeah, there was some good, goings on there. But Keith Pompey's going to join us at 1 from Las Vegas to let us know maybe where the Sixers are going next, or if there is a next move soon or later.
That'd be
so.
awesome.
We'll see what's going on there. But
They still have to sign players, right?
they
don't have a
it's
roster.
like,
They
you
don't have a
have to have a
roster
certain
yet.
amount of guys on the roster. So yeah, there's these aprons and
aprons, vet
chef
minimums,
hats and
all
stuff
these.
like that. Yeah, so
did-
it's all crazy.
What they've done today to this point, did you think Daryl Morey was going to be able to assemble this much talent?
It's good. Yeah, he did good.
I think
He
really
did well.
impressed me.
Yeah, he did well. I still don't have a starting 5, but he
I got
did
it.
well.
Got it right.
Yeah.
Oubre's coming off your bench.
Oubre's coming off my bench.
Me too.
At maybe even Caleb
Right.
Martin coming off the bench too, if he can get those 2 pieces. But
How much of a kick in the nuts could it have been D'Anthony Melton not signing with the Sixers? Because I thought he was going to come back.
yeah,
I thought he would have been a nice piece. I didn't think he would cost much because of the injury.
yeah. That's suspect to me. Like
Yeah.
it's also a money thing and all of that.
Right, absolutely.
A 1-year deal, I think he got. That makes me say, all right, we'll take a chance on him
Yeah,
with
maybe
the back.
there's more to it.
So
yeah.
could be, yeah.
Okay.
But
All right,
we'll see.
Bobby. We'll
All
be
right, boys.
listening.
Bob looking festive today, too. Already. You got to get on the YouTube channel. Check it out. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors, and make a donation to the AACR. Do it today. 975thefanatic.com/AACR, because cancer research saves lives. And Andrew, if I can say one thing, tonight I'll be out with Steve Morrison.
Oh, cool.
I'll be out for a fantastic dinner at the White Dog Cafe
Oh,
in Exton.
yeah.
And it supports the Alpha Bravo Canine Unit.
He does a
That-
great job with that.
That creates it's really his bride who is the power broker behind it. It is life-changing service dogs for those veterans who come back suffering from PTSD. It is going to be awesome. We'll be out at the Exton location, which just opened up. But any White Dog tonight, go have dinner, donate the proceeds. A lot of the proceeds are going. It's going to be a big night.
Yep, absolutely. Check that out. It's cool that you're doing that, and we'll be back at it tomorrow. It's a Wednesday, which means Adam Schefter will be joining us. Can't wait to talk to you. Bob Cooney, Ray Dunn coming your way next, right here, 97.